Chapter 807. As everyone knew, faith was a two-way choice that couldn't be forced. Believers would choose a god who shared their beliefs as their patron, and the gods would similarly choose mortals whose actions were in line with their teachings as their followers. Although Bordia still believed in the god of thieves in the depths of her heart, her race and actions had seriously violated the teachings of this god. Therefore, it was normal for her to be abandoned. After repeated prayers and confessions went unanswered, she soon began to give up on herself. Her helpless curses slowly escalated to hatred from the bottom of her heart. Her whole person was quickly distorted from her mind to her body. In the end, there was only a dark fire burning fiercely that would never be extinguished. Like most of the undead, she was filled with extreme hatred for the living. Of course, there was also the master who controlled her thoughts and actions, Gillis Chandra. Just a few hours after the sun had set from the horizon, the snake-shaped mark connected to the wizard tower suddenly released a dark red light. Following that, a short-haired girl wearing a light blue apprentice robe appeared out of thin air. She looked around cautiously and quickly took out a quill. Dipping it in a special ink that she carried with her, she quickly wrote on the wall. In just a few seconds, she had written a long line of letters that emitted fluorescent light. However, the light emitted by these letters didn't last for long. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. The female apprentice was so focused that she didn't notice that a pair of scarlet eyes were staring at her from behind. Feeling the healthy and surging blood in the girl's body, Bordia gently stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Suddenly, she stretched out her arm and forcefully strangled the female apprentice from behind. Cough. Cough cough. Who is it? Let go. The pitiful apprentice struggled and twisted with all her might, even using her fingernails to scratch the arm around her neck. She wanted to escape from the danger before her eyes. Unfortunately, all her efforts were in vain. Putting aside the fact that a wizard's physique wasn't much stronger than an ordinary person's, just based on the vampire's powerful recovery ability, it was impossible for her to retreat from a mere scratch. In the end, due to the lack of oxygen, her struggles became weaker and weaker. Her eyes couldn't help but roll upwards. She would probably die in another half a minute. As an elite bandit, Bordia could easily determine a person's physiological state. Hence, she slightly relaxed her tense muscles. She then lowered her voice and threatened, "I believe you already know my strength, girl. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me what you were doing and how to enter the mage tower. Remember, don't play any tricks. If I hear any sound coming from your throat, you will become a lifeless corpse in the next second." Huff, ha, the apprentice, who finally had a chance to catch his breath, opened his mouth wide and desperately tried to breathe in the fresh air. At the same time, his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. He was obviously frightened to death. Although she had received some combat training in the mage tower, she was only 15 or 16 years old after all. She had completely broken down after nearly being killed. She cried and nodded desperately. "Whoa, don't kill me. I'm just a lowly apprentice. Shut up. Answer the question. Idiot. Your life is like a maggot in my eyes. It has no value at all," Bordia said coldly and mercilessly. Perhaps if it was in the past, she would more or less take care of the girl's emotions. However, ever since she had tasted true pain and despair, she would no longer pity anyone. This was because she was now filled with the desire for revenge. She longed for more people to taste the same pain and despair as her. Human nature was complicated and full of all kinds of dark sides, especially the thought of not worrying about scarcity but about inequality. It always existed in the hearts of more than 99% of people. It was like a demon that could make ordinary people fall into extreme madness at any time. If someone suddenly suffers a misfortune, the first thing they think about is not how to change, but how to make more people around them experience the same experience as themselves, so that they can understand each other and tolerate each other. Otherwise, they will have hatred in their hearts, such as why his life is so good, but mine is so bad, and so on. According to psychology, the more familiar and close people were, the higher the probability of similar situations occurring between them. Among them, jealousy was the main triggering factor. There was no doubt that the female apprentice's cowardice showed that she was well protected and had not experienced any real setbacks. This made the halfling, who had just tasted pain and despair, develop a strong sense of jealousy. Her eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, as if she could pounce on the girl and suck her blood dry at any time. The girl did not know how dangerous her situation was. She sobbed and replied in a small voice, "The incantation to enter the wizard tower is, 'Knowledge opens the path of truth.' As long as you say it to the mark, you will immediately be teleported into the tower. As for the letters just now, they were the orders given by the tower master. I don't know what they mean. Knowledge opens the path of truth? This is really like your style." Bordia seemed to have recalled something. A trace of complex emotions flashed across her face, but it was quickly replaced by a ferocious expression. She suddenly pounced on the girl, opened her mouth, and bit the girl's neck. She greedily sucked the girl's sweet blood. In just a minute or so, she had sucked the girl's blood dry. The poor apprentice did not even have the chance to resist. Her two beautiful eyes were wide open, and she did not even know why she died. As the hot blood flowed into her body, Bordia once again felt that indescribable pleasure. She could not help but let out a soft moan. It took a full 5 minutes before it slowly subsided. She wiped the remaining blood from her mouth and said to the snake-shaped mark on the wall, "Knowledge opens the path of truth." In an instant, the snake-shaped mark on the stone suddenly released a golden radiance, and then quickly caved in, causing the surrounding stones to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a tunnel leading to the underground was formed. Without any hesitation, she immediately turned into a gaseous state and slowly disappeared into the darkness. There was no need to ask. Bordia had only one purpose in entering the wizard tower, and that was to assassinate Andrei and complete Gillis Chandra's orders. Perhaps to her, it did not matter whether this operation succeeded or failed. Anyway, she only had one goal left, and that was to get rid of this damned control, regardless of whether she died or not. Chapter 808. The Mage Tower was not as silent as most places in the city at night, nor would it be plunged into darkness due to the lack of lighting equipment. On the contrary, as most mages were a bunch of willful bastards who did not like to be restrained, they also did not have a sense of time. As long as they were in the mood for research, they would rely on drugs and spells to sustain themselves. It was normal for them to not sleep for days and nights. Therefore, day and night held no meaning to them. Especially after Andrei activated the magical energy wall that sealed off the entire city, all mages, apprentices, and servants were excitedly discussing the matter. Although they did not know what it meant, they all expressed their strong support for it without exception. It was just like how most ordinary people liked to support leaders who were tough on the outside, even if that leader might start a war and drag everyone into hell. Perhaps it was because the underground Mage Tower had never been invaded since its construction, so no one noticed a cloud of white mist silently passing through the corridor. Even the magical golems that never rested merely glanced at it in confusion before continuing to guard their posts. With their low intelligence, they could only passively defend against those intruders with forms. As for why a cloud of mist could move on its own, there was no way for them to make a judgment. Although Portia's infiltration was very smooth, so much so that it could not be any simpler, it did not seem like the reaction of a heavily guarded mage tower at all. However, she did not let her guard down at all. After passing through another corridor, she suddenly stopped and slowly returned to her physical form. She silently followed behind an apprentice who was about to pass through the booby-trapped floor. As a veteran thief, she could see the fatal spell hidden under the floor in front of her at a glance. If anyone tried to fly over or step on the wrong spot, they would probably not even leave a complete corpse behind. Without a doubt, this was a passage specially designed to prevent invisibility, shape-shifting, spirit body, stealth, and so on. Unless one could decipher the constantly changing password on the wall, it was impossible to walk through alive. The young apprentice, who looked to be in his early 20s, was racking his brains and concentrating on deciphering the password. He was completely unaware of the deadly Grim Reaper behind him. After a full 5 minutes, he seemed to have thought of something and stepped on a floor engraved with letters with his left foot. Then, he stepped on another floor. In just a few seconds, he had passed through a corridor that was 20 meters long. If one looked closely, they would notice that the letters he had stepped on just happened to spell out a word in the common language, which was fire. It was the correct answer to the password that appeared on the wall. In fact, such a trap floor was set up in many spellcasters' organizations. Not only could it prevent foreign enemies from invading, but it could also stimulate the minds of internal members. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as the young man successfully passed through the trap floor, he did not even have time to catch his breath. Portia moved like a shadow. She launched an attack from the side in the blink of an eye. Her fist, which was only half the size of a human, was like an iron hammer, ruthlessly hitting the throat. Her speed was fast and accurate. The poor victim didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground. He covered his wound and coughed violently. The pain was so great that the skin on his face and neck turned purplish red. Seizing the short span of 2 seconds, Portia circled around to the front and grabbed the young man's hair. Baring her 2 fangs menacingly, she growled in a low voice, "Look into my eyes. Vivi, vampire!" Naturally, anyone who could become a senior wizard apprentice would not be an idiot. Thus, the young man immediately recognized the obvious characteristics of an undead creature from the other party's eyes, teeth, and skin temperature. The hair all over his body stood up uncontrollably. However, whether it was because his throat had suffered a heavy blow or because he was afraid of being silenced, he did not choose to call for help immediately. Instead, he cooperated and looked into the pair of scarlet eyes. "That's right, just like that, look into my eyes." The corners of Portia's mouth curled up slightly into a sinister smile. A layer of magical halo quickly shot out from her eyes as she forcefully imbued her will into the young man's brain. The young man only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Soon, his pupils slowly dilated and his consciousness became more and more blurry. Finally, he fell into a semi-drowsy state. Upon noticing this, Portia licked her lips and said softly, "Good, very good, just like that. Now tell me, who are you and who am I?" "I am Cherry Aston, a senior wizard apprentice. You are my supreme master." As the young man stupidly uttered these words, his entire body immediately began to tremble non-stop. A few seconds later, he returned to normal. Apart from his eyes being filled with fanatical worship for the halfling, everything else about him was no different from before. He, what a good child. Now, bring me to the room on the top floor." Seeing that the young man was completely under her control, Portia let out a burst of incomprehensible laughter. She knew very well that the young man's will had been crushed by the gaze just now. Just like a control spell, as long as he was not more than 9 meters tall, it would not be a problem even if she wanted him to kill his family and loved ones. This was the special ability of vampires, domination. Any target that was crushed during the gaze process would be treated as if a level 12 wizard or warlock had cast a level 5 arcane spell, dominate human. For most people, it was simply impossible to break free from the control. "As you wish, honorable master. However, please be careful. The golem upstairs does not recognize you, so once it discovers you, it will immediately trigger the alarm in the tower." Saying this, the young man stood up and bowed deeply with one hand on his chest. He then turned and walked towards the central control room. In his eyes, the halfling and the vampire had become his closest and most trustworthy family and friends apart from himself. "Don't worry, you just need to lead the way. I'll take care of the rest myself." As the last word left her mouth, Portia once again transformed into a spiritual state and attached herself to the young man's back. As the time she spent as a vampire grew longer, she became more and more proficient in the use of her abilities. A certain trait hidden in her body was also slowly being activated. Soon, under the guidance of the thief, the two of them passed through all the traps in the tower and appeared at the staircase on the top floor. The golem guarding here immediately woke up and asked in a low, muffled voice, "Halt! State your name and purpose." Chapter 809. I'm Cherry Aston. I'm here on Master Angus' orders to inform you of a very important matter. The young man obviously knew that golems were usually very rigid and would not accept any verbal or logical deception, so he simply made up a reason. After all, his goal was to enter the central control room and not foolishly clash with the same rock. Thus, he just had to be careful and go around it. "Cherry Aston?" The golem's gem-like eyes flashed as it muttered to itself, searching. "Cherry Aston. 5-year veteran apprentice. Master of Wizard Jacob. Identity approved." After confirming the identity of the visitor, it did not let him in immediately. Instead, it waved its thick arms and turned around to knock on the door. Bang. 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 Master. Apprentice Cherry Aston says that he's here on Master Angus' orders to inform you of an important matter. Andre, who was immersed in deciphering the profound knowledge in the scroll, was slightly stunned when he heard the golem's voice. He did not immediately respond. He, who had always been cautious, subconsciously sensed that something was wrong. Angus was a diligent and serious person, and he would always come personally whenever he encountered a major problem. He would never let an unrelated apprentice participate in it. To confirm this, Andre immediately cast a level 0 spell, Communication. As a white arcane light flashed, he began to ask softly, "Angus, you're looking for me?" "I'm looking for you? When? Why don't I know?" The bald wizard hurriedly stopped his experiment and asked inexplicably through the spell. As expected, there's a problem." The corner of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. He quickly replied, "It's nothing. An apprentice called Cherry Aston says that he's here on your orders to inform me of an important matter." "Cherry Aston?" Angus immediately frowned, his brain quickly searching for relevant information. "He's one of the few veteran apprentices in the tower. According to his learning progress, he could become an official wizard in a few months. Why would there be a problem at this time? Could he be a spy planted by a certain faction? I don't know if he's a spy or not, but it doesn't matter. We'll find out soon enough. After all, he's just an apprentice. Let's hear what he has to say first." With that, Andre carefully put the scroll away and shouted at the golem outside the door, "Let him in!" "As you wish." After the golem received the order, it immediately moved aside and made a gesture of invitation with its huge body blocking the staircase. "Acolyte, you may enter now." "Thank you very much." Even though the young man knew that the big guy in front of him had low intelligence and could not understand the complicated emotions of humans, he still bowed slightly. After all, to him, who was born in a declining noble family, etiquette was like eating, drinking, and breathing. It had become a habit and an instinct that existed in his subconscious. No matter who the other party was, he would behave in this way. This was both a disguise and self-protection. Unfortunately, the golem did not react at all. It stood there motionless, once again falling into silence, as if it was a lifeless rock. The young man smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He quickly stepped forward and pushed open the door to enter the core of the wizard tower, the central control room. As soon as he entered, he saw Andre sitting in front of the desk. He quickly stepped forward and greeted him. "Good evening, respected tower master." "Good evening, acolyte. Tell me, Why have you come to find me? Or why is the white fog following behind you looking for me?" Andre stroked his chin, sneering as he stared at the white fog that was trying to hide him. As a wizard who had fought against vampires not long ago, he would not forget the innate ability of his enemy so quickly. Realizing that his whereabouts had been exposed, the young man did not show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he smiled and suddenly pulled out a handful of white wool from his bosom, chanting loudly, "Shrek!" The white wool immediately turned into a silver halo, exploding in the air with a bang. Invisible energy spread out in all directions at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Although in the eyes of a truly powerful spellcaster, this was no more than a simple level 0 spell, stun spell. However, simple spells could also play an unexpected role at the right time. Just as the young man thought he was about to succeed, Andre suddenly stretched out a finger and gently tapped the air. An identical spell shot out from his fingertips. Whether it was the structure of the spell or the strength of the energy, everything was exactly the same. It perfectly offset the effects of the stunned spell. How is this possible? The young man could not believe what he was seeing. He cried out in shock. If this was a defensive spell, then he would not be surprised at all. This was because he knew from the beginning that the tower master in front of him, who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, was in fact a mage of a much higher level than himself. It would not be difficult for him to defend against a mere stun spell. However, what surprised him was that the other party did not choose to activate a defensive spell. Instead, he copied and simulated everything that happened in the instant when the spell was cast. It must be known that in terms of difficulty, these were two completely different concepts. The latter only relied on a higher level of a mage to destroy the offensive spell, while the former required an unimaginable precision of magic control. In less than a second, a careful calculation was completed and offset the energy surging towards one's body. Even among the great mages, there were very few who could do this. Looking at the young man's eyes that were filled with disbelief, Andre smiled and asked, "Impossible? Why is it impossible? You should know that magic itself uses one's own magic to trigger the resonance of the magic energy in the surrounding air. Although most of the time it is very difficult to control because of the uneven distribution, but this is a mage tower. The concentration of every cubic meter of air has been strictly distributed." "Well, step aside, apprentice. I'm not interested in playing these boring games now. Let the guy behind you come out, or I don't mind filling the whole room with positive energy." In fact, this method of precise control of magic energy was something he had just learned from the scroll. According to the description in the scroll, the first thing to learn in order to create an intelligent life with independent thoughts was to learn precise control of magic energy. This was to ensure that every inch of the body of the creation was carefully sculpted. In particular, there must not be any mistakes in the creation of the soul. Otherwise, it would only be a defective product with huge flaws. Chapter 8:10. The young apprentice seemed to be intimidated, and a hesitant expression appeared on his face. On one hand, he was afraid of Andre's terrifying spell-casting ability, as well as his unbelievable control over magic power. On the other hand, he did not want to embarrass himself in front of his master. After all, the effect of the Dominate Human spell was to make the target view the spellcaster as their closest kin, not to deprive the target of their ability to think. Therefore, when they encountered an enemy that they could not defeat, it was entirely possible for them to turn around and flee. Just as the young man's will became more and more conflicted, the white fog that had been hiding behind him all this time slowly condensed into a solid form in the shadows. With the help of the refraction of light as cover, it did not attract anyone's attention. At this moment, Borcia's excellent physique as a vampire and the thief's innate talent in concealment were perfectly molded and fused together. She was like a natural-born dark walker, not revealing the slightest bit of murderous intent from the beginning. Without a doubt, she had successfully used the young man to attract Andre's attention. She quietly moved along the circular stone pillar on the inner side of the wall and circled to the blind spot behind it. One of her hands was firmly pressed on the throwing dagger hanging from her waist, while the other hand reached into her pocket filled with all kinds of gadgets. Someone once said that a thief's battle was the art of sneak attacks and traps. As long as one could fully utilize their stealth and the tools they carried with them, even a great wizard could fail miserably. Before Andrei discovered her, Portia quickly took out an extremely thin steel wire and gently tied it to the pull ring on the side of the stone pillar. The other end was tied to the dagger, and she inserted it into the partition on the side of the bookshelf. In just a few seconds, she had created a dangerous cutting trap. Anyone who was not careful enough would immediately have their throat slit by the steel wire that could not be seen by the naked eye. If one thought that this was the standard of an experienced thief, they would be sorely mistaken. In less than a minute, Portia quickly set up poisonous smoke traps, tripping locks, eye-irritating powder, and so on. Finally, she even sprinkled a large handful of soybeans on the ground. When everything was ready, she took a deep breath and suddenly threw out 3 throwing daggers. Then, she once again slipped into the shadows. Under the dim light, the sharp blade reflected a chilling light as it went straight for the back of Andrei's head, neck, and heart. They were so accurate and fast that even one of them would be enough to kill the target. However, just as the flying dagger was about to touch his skin, Andrei suddenly turned his head without warning. He ignored the threat that was close at hand and teased with a smile. He, as a guest, it's not polite to treat the host like this. Also, do you really think that a sneak attack of this level can kill me? This is the Mage Tower and the most important room in the Mage Tower. Even a mosquito will automatically form a magical defense if it comes within 2 meters of me. For example, as soon as his voice fell, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, an invisible energy field quickly spread out. The 3 flying daggers were suspended in the air, as if they had been installed on a wall, unable to approach even half an inch. Look, this is an extremely simple level 2 spell. It will block all long-range weapons, including bows, crossbows, darts, throwing daggers, catapults, and so on. After saying that, Andrei purposely paused for a moment. He narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across the dark corners of the room, the corners of his mouth curling up. Come out, stop hiding, because it's meaningless. I have at least 10 ways to eliminate invisibility. Isn't it better to reduce the trouble a little? Unfortunately, Portia, who was hiding in the darkness, completely ignored him. She continued with her original plan, silently smearing a lethal poison on the dagger and steel wire. Just as Andrei was starting to get impatient, the young apprentice who had been standing in the same spot all this while suddenly took out a dark green bottle from his pocket and smashed it on the ground. Asterisk crack. Asterisk accompanied by the crisp sound of glass shattering, the gas in the bottle emitted a nauseating smell. It smelled like aged bricks in a cesspool. It was indescribable. As the instigator, the young apprentice was the first to be hit. He fell to the ground with a plop, his entire body convulsing non-stop. He even vomited in large mouthfuls. As the underground wizard tower was designed to be sealed, there was only a small ventilation hole in every room. It was impossible to expel a large amount of the stench in a short period of time, even if he used the wind creation spell. Seeing the green smoke getting closer and closer to him, Andrei did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he laughed heartily and clapped his hands. Asterisk clap 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 clap. Asterisk excellent. What a brilliant tactic. Apprentice, your performance today is a breath of fresh air. If you were as smart and decisive as you are usually, I think you would be promoted and put in an important position soon. Without a doubt, the young man's actions were all hinted at by Portia. Her goal was simple, and that was to force Andrei to continuously retreat and reduce the space he could move in. It would be best if he stepped on a soybean and directly walked into the trap. It had to be said that the success rate of this plan that she came up with on the spot was very high. Normally, with the slow reflexes of a wizard, as well as the ability to maintain their balance, they would basically be doomed as long as they fell into the trap. A wizard who was caught off guard would not have the time to make complicated gestures, let alone chant an incantation without missing a single word. However, André was no ordinary wizard. Before the stench of the smoke had spread to within a meter of him, he raised his arm and extended a finger, gently sliding it in the air. In just a few seconds, a layer of milky white cold air enveloped all the stench that surged over, slowly condensing it back into a liquid state. In the end, most of the gas did not have time to evaporate and was once again stored in the ice bucket. It was common knowledge that all volatile liquids in the world had the same characteristic. That was, if the temperature dropped rapidly, the rate of evaporation would become very slow, and even return from a gaseous state to a liquid state. André only used a simple freezing spell to easily dissolve his opponent's attack. As the saying went, rich knowledge could make seemingly unsolvable problems simple. Especially in a world like Orier where the transmission of information was very slow, his existence was cheating and extremely unreasonable. This was because while ordinary people were still having a headache over small problems, he had already begun to think about how to make himself stronger quickly. Chapter 8:11. In just a few minutes, André and Bortia had completed 2 intense exchanges of blows. Although on the surface, it was not as exciting as a direct confrontation between a warrior or a knight, nor was it as colorful as a duel between 2 spellcasters. André and Bortia had completed 2 intense exchanges of blows. However, only an expert could understand. They had perfectly displayed the characteristics and techniques of their respective professions, especially the latter's sneak attacks and traps, which could be called art. Just as described in the stories of the bards, a true thief would never fight the enemy head-on. If they missed, they would immediately disappear from the enemy's sight. You wouldn't even know where the next sneak attack would come from. What was even more frightening was that it was impossible for a person to remain in a state of mental tension. Once they lost focus, they could suffer a fatal attack in the next second. After completely freezing most of the foul-smelling liquid, André casually threw the lump of ice to one side and stood quietly in place. He didn't pursue the victory, nor did he try to use spells to find the enemy hidden in the darkness. He merely glanced at the half-unconscious young apprentice on the ground, and seemed to have sensed something. Silence, a deathly stillness enveloped the entire room, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Hiding in the shadows in the corner, Bortia resisted the violent impulse deep in her heart and curled up motionlessly, waiting for the next opportunity to appear. She had seen with her own eyes how André used his wisdom and magic to toy with the weapon master Sam in the palm of his hand. She had also seen how André used the fireball wand to blast the elite night owl of the Underground Union into a charred corpse. It could be said that among all the people she knew, there was no one more terrifying and revered than André, especially as an enemy. As vampires were undead creatures, Bortia didn't need to breathe, nor did she have the so-called body temperature. As long as she didn't act rashly, the chances of being discovered were basically zero. However, just because she didn't move didn't mean that André didn't move. After a full 3 minutes, André suddenly bent down and picked up a throwing knife that had fallen on the ground. He muttered to himself, "To be honest, this scene in front of me is too shocking. Why didn't I think of it earlier?" Although old Bernie was so old that he was about to enter his coffin, he was still a warrior with decent strength. How could he have been so easily approached by others? Moreover, his face still had a calm expression after his death. There was only one reason, and that was that he definitely knew the person who launched the attack, and they were even very familiar with each other. "Do you think my deduction is correct, my dear Portia?" With that, André suddenly turned around, raised his hand, and threw the knife in his hand to the corner behind the bookshelf. As a half-human half-elemental with night vision, a little bit of darkness couldn't stop his eyes. From the moment the halfling threw the dagger, he had already locked onto his opponent's position. However, because of the hood, he couldn't see his face clearly. Seeing that her hiding place had been discovered, Portia dodged the sharp flying daggers without saying a word. She took off her gray hood and slowly walked out of the darkness. As she walked, she replied in a low and hoarse voice, "That's right. It's me. I killed my best friend with my own hands, and now I want to kill you. However, you're obviously smarter than that old bastard, and you're also very cautious. From the beginning to the end, you didn't reveal the slightest flaw. Before he died, that old bastard said that I had become a monster. But in my opinion, you're the real monster." "Monster? Ha 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 ha. Can I take that as a compliment?" Andre asked as he looked at the pale skin on the halfling's face and neck, as well as the two fangs that were slightly protruding from the corner of his mouth. He didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he laughed heartily as if he had seen an old friend. "Compliment?" Portia laughed self-deprecatingly, followed by a helpless and bitter sigh. "If you think so, then so be it. It's useless to say this now. Between you and me, only one can survive today. Based on the current situation, your chances of survival are higher." The Wizard Tower was a mage's home, sanctuary, research center, and fortress. She had heard this phrase many times before, and was very clear on what fighting in the Wizard Tower meant to her. In fact, from the moment she entered the room, she only had one chance to make a move. Failure meant death. Looking at the halfling's scarlet eyes, Andre picked up a bottle of honey wine from the wine cabinet and threw it over. "Catch. Drink some, it will make you feel better. Also, if you're not in a hurry, I think we can sit down and talk. I know your heart must be in pain, filled with hatred and despair. You yearn for eternal release, whether that release is death or complete depravity. But as a friend, I have the obligation to remind you that you don't have to follow the script set by Giles and Chandroni. I can provide you with a better choice. No, you can't help me. No one in this world can help me. Even God has abandoned me. If you really want to help me, then kill me and then kill Giles. He's a demon, a real demon." Saying this, Portia unscrewed the cork and raised her head to gulp down the extremely strong honey wine, as if she was using alcohol to numb herself. Seeing the halfling give up on herself, Andre shook his head helplessly. He knew that this was an extremely clever psychological tactic used by the enemy. It made the victim feel isolated and helpless, and in the end, become sick and crazy in despair. What was even more frightening was that such a serious psychological problem couldn't be solved with magic or divine spells. The victim had to be resilient enough to walk out of the huge psychological shadow. Otherwise, they might as well die immediately. The bottle of wine was quickly emptied by Portia, but due to her vampire physique, she didn't show any signs of being drunk. After casually smashing the bottle against the wall, she drew her dagger without a word and got into a battle stance. "Come, let's end this quickly. And I think it would be more appropriate to call it suicide." Andre calmly took a few steps back and maintained a relatively safe distance. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not see that Portia was seeking a quick death? Apart from real demons and lunatics, no one liked to kill people for no reason, especially their close friends. At the very least, Andre didn't want to stain his hands with the blood of his friends. From the moment he recognized the halfling, he planned to kill. Chapter 8:12. It was obvious that a direct confrontation with a wizard in his wizard tower was no different from suicide, especially for a thief like Portia who wasn't adept at fighting. Thieves were the general name of a certain profession. Categorizing it in detail, there were assassins who were adept at concealment and assassination, bounty hunters who were adept at tracking and trapping, and shadow dancers who were closely linked to the shadow world through mysterious magical rituals. In short, the ancient and basic profession of thieves could be branched into dozens of unique branches according to their learning and development. Thieves were one of them that leaned towards scouting and exploration, and combat wasn't their forte. Portia undoubtedly understood this point, and also knew that the current distance wasn't suitable for her to launch an attack. However, she didn't want to wait any longer. To be precise, she couldn't continue controlling the intense urge to kill in her mind. Her eyes sometimes struggled, sometimes turned vicious, and her hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Like all newborn vampires, Portia's mind was always in a state of chaos and disorder. On one hand, she yearned to maintain her rationality and humanity, suppressing her lust for blood to the greatest extent. On the other hand, she had to obey her master's absolute control, doing countless things that went against her own will. Under such double torture, her self-control became weaker and weaker, and her nerves became more and more sensitive. She couldn't even control her emotions now, and the slightest provocation would cause her to overreact. André undoubtedly noticed this. His hands drooped slightly, and he tried his best not to make any threatening movements. He then gently consoled her. Calm down, my dear friend. You have to learn to control yourself, and suppress the consciousness that Gilles deliberately instilled in your mind. In fact, he isn't as terrifying as you imagine, and he isn't as strong as he appears. Otherwise, he wouldn't have plotted for so many years to seize the Wizard Tower. Please believe me, I have the ability to resolve your current pain, and I also have the ability to make Gilles pay for his actions. Just as André was trying his best to avoid a fight, the strings in Portia's mind suddenly snapped. She stomped on the ground, and her entire body flew over like a cannonball. Her speed was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, out of caution, André had kept a safe distance in advance. It was this distance that bought him 2 seconds of time. After 2 short incantations, his body was instantly covered with a layer of grayish-white stone skin. Needless to say, it was the stone skin spell used to defend against physical attack. Just as the spell was about to take effect, Portia pounced forward, waving her magic dagger and stabbing it into the rock. At the same time, she opened her mouth and bit the area near the neck, tearing off a large amount of stone skin. André, who had been through many battles, did not care about the halfling hanging on his body. He closed his eyes and quickly chanted a spell because he knew that with the current strength of the attack, it would take at least half a minute to break through the defense, so there was no need to panic. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the layer of stone covering the skin was about to be exhausted, André finally completed the level 5 transformation spell, Malicious Transfiguration. He raised his right hand and grabbed the halfling's neck, forcibly channeling a large amount of magical energy into her body. Even though Portia resisted with all her might, her resistance ultimately failed under the continuous flickering of the dark green arcane light. She slowly began to shrink, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into a harmless little white rabbit. Although this rabbit looked a little sinister, terrifying, and aggressive, a rabbit was still a rabbit. Even if she was bitten, she would not suffer too much damage. After doing all this, André grabbed the rabbit by the ear and threw it directly into a glass container. He then covered it with a lid with an air vent and completely sealed it. As the effects of the Malicious Transfiguration spell were permanent, there was no need to worry about the halfling coming out to cause trouble before the spell was dispelled. As for the rest, he would deal with it after dealing with Gilles. After all, if he did not get rid of this fellow, Portia would never be able to break free from his control, let alone regain her consciousness and rationality. Looking at the little white rabbit bumping around in the glass container, André smiled apologetically and explained softly, "I'm sorry, my little friend. I'll have to trouble you to wait patiently in there for a few days. Once the dust has settled, I'll definitely let you out." Goo-goo-goo-goo. Portia, who had turned into a rabbit, bared her teeth and let out a series of low cries, as if venting her anger and dissatisfaction. But unfortunately, André completely ignored it. He grabbed a piece of black cloth and covered it. He then turned around and went to the unconscious acolyte, kicking him a few times. "Damn it! It hurts." The young acolyte quickly opened his eyes and groaned. His brain was obviously not working well due to the stench just now. He crawled up from the ground with great difficulty, rubbing his swollen forehead while muttering to himself, "Where am I? No, that's not right. I think I'm being controlled by a spell? Heavens! I seem to remember that I've done something stupid." "That's right, Acolyte. You've indeed been controlled by a spell. You've even attacked me twice," Andre reminded him expressionlessly. The Acolyte was instantly shocked. He hurriedly turned around and bowed in a panic, stuttering as he explained, I'm really sorry, esteemed Tower Master. I was controlled by a vampire just now. That wasn't my intention. Please believe me." Andre stroked his chin, a hint of playfulness on his face. "Of course, I know that you've been controlled by a spell. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be alive? Thank you for your kindness. Don't worry, I promise there won't be a next time." As a veteran acolyte, Chester Aston was naturally not an idiot. When he realized that Andre had no intention of blaming him, he immediately went along with the flow and tried to escape punishment. After all, it was a very serious matter for an acolyte to attack an official wizard. It was so serious that he might be subjected to inhumane treatment, such as becoming a lab rat for some dangerous magical experiments. Looking at the young man's eyes that flickered with guilt, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He extended a finger and shook it lightly. "No, Acolyte. The reason I didn't kill you wasn't because I was being merciful. Instead, it was because you displayed extraordinary talent when you attacked. I'll give you a chance now. Use the most effective method to attack me. I want to see if you're worthy of my forgiveness." Chapter 8:13. To Andre, there were only two types of people in this world. One was his family and friends, while the other was strangers. Strangers were further divided into two types. One was useful to him, while the other was useless. It was obvious that in his eyes, Chester Aston was one of the more valuable strangers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his precious time on him. The young apprentice's hands trembled slightly, as if he could feel Andre's unwavering will and his cold and merciless heart. He instantly realized that he had no other choice. If he could not perform to Leyland's satisfaction, then the consequences would definitely be beyond what he could bear. "Hurry up, apprentice. My time and patience are limited. I don't have the time to waste with you here. If you don't do anything after 10 seconds, I'll take it that you've given up on this opportunity." Noticing that the young man was still hesitating and struggling, Andre immediately urged him with an expressionless face. What he desired was an apprentice who had a clear mind, quick thinking, knew how to use simple tactics, and had a certain amount of potential that was worth the effort to nurture, not a cowardly idiot who only knew how to obey orders. "As you wish, esteemed Tower Master." Seeing that he could not avoid this calamity, Chester Aston could only brace himself and bow. He then quickly took out a bottle of potion that shone with a golden radiance and drank it. When the potion flowed down his esophagus and into his stomach, a powerful magical energy instantly surged from his body. Judging by its intensity, he had already reached the level of an official mage. Without a doubt, he had used a potion that could temporarily raise his spellcasting level in an attempt to minimize the gap in strength between the two of them. When the chaotic and violent magical energy stabilized, the young man quickly opened his spellbook. At the same time, he took out a small handful of fine sand from his spellcasting material bag and began to chant an incantation loudly. In just a few short seconds, he had activated the spell recorded in the spellbook. Silver-white radiance continuously bloomed on his fingertip. Finally, he aimed straight ahead and pointed lightly. All the silver-white radiance began to revolve around Andre. As the speed of the revolutions increased, he felt a strong sense of drowsiness assaulting him. His eyes grew heavier and heavier, as if there was a voice in his head urging him to sleep. 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 Just as his consciousness was gradually fading away, Chester Aston quickly took out the dagger he carried with him and pounced on him, ruthlessly stabbing at the spot where Portia had attacked in a frenzy. He was very clear that under the protection of the stone skin technique, it was impossible for him to create a fatal wound. He only needed to scratch the skin a little. Unfortunately, even though Andre's stone skin was only left with a thin layer, it wasn't something that could be pierced by a dagger and the frail mage's strength. With a loud bang, stone chips flew everywhere. The last layer of stone perfectly blocked the dagger, causing the young man's carefully planned attack to go down the drain. Helplessly, he could only retreat quickly and spread out his hands with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, Tower Master. I've done my best. I've even activated the level 1 spell stored in the spellbook, Hypnosis. I sincerely hope that I didn't disappoint you." Andre, who was no longer sleepy, lowered his head and glanced at the position where the dagger was stuck. A trace of surprise quickly appeared on his face before he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, to be exact, not bad at all. You've displayed extraordinary intelligence, and your understanding of spells and tactical coordination is far superior to that of ordinary acolytes. After all, most apprentices preferred to pursue powerful offensive spells or defensive spells that could make themselves invulnerable. Very few of them noticed that the true value of a mage lay in their ability to control spells. Even though hypnosis isn't all that remarkable among level 1 arcane spells, once successfully cast, it can cause the target to fall into a deep sleep. When that happens, all it takes is a dagger or a poisoned arrow to easily kill the enemy. I'm very happy that there's still such an outstanding acolyte in the Wizard Tower. It looks like your previous performance wasn't just a flash in the pan. As a reward for your outstanding performance, I've decided to forgive you and give you a chance." Hearing that he could finally escape punishment, Chester Aston instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and asked carefully, "May I ask, what is the chance you're referring to?" "It's simple. You should know that Angus is currently in charge of the operation of the entire Mage Tower. Although I trust him a lot, for the sake of safety, I still need an informant to keep an eye on him and report his every move to me. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Of course, as a reward, you can borrow more than 90% of the books in the library for free. At the same time, you'll also receive some magic scrolls, materials, and more energy rations depending on the importance of the content you report." In order to incite the demon known as greed in the other party's heart, Andre purposely offered extremely generous conditions. After all, as a superior, he couldn't possibly trust a subordinate who had just joined him without any reservations, and it was even more impossible for him to not take any precautions. The youth before him was the spy he intended to plant here. Chester Aston wasn't an idiot. He instantly understood that Leyland wanted him to be a spy, and the person he was monitoring was a powerful advanced mage. Once exposed, the consequences would be worse than death. However, there was a saying that the risk and reward were always proportional. If one wanted to obtain more and better resources, they would naturally have to bear greater risk. After much consideration, the youth took a deep breath and quickly knelt on one knee, bowing deeply. "Your will is my command. From today onwards, I will be your eyes and ears. No matter what you wish to know, I will report it to you truthfully." Seeing that he had achieved his goal, the corners of Andre's mouth rose slightly. He smiled and nodded. "I like smart people, especially smart people like you who know when to advance and when to retreat. Do your job well. As long as you don't betray me, I guarantee you a bright future." "Thank you very much. I swear that I won't betray you in the slightest." Chester Aston bowed again, displaying an extraordinary humility and obedience. Just as Andre was about to say a few more words of encouragement, the door to the central control room was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Angus hurriedly barged in. He didn't even pay attention to the young apprentice standing to the side, reporting with a grave expression, "Sir, something bad has happened. Our personnel on duty have detected a fully armed fleet heading towards Valen City. They will reach the harbor in at most half an hour." "A fleet?" Andre's expression changed drastically. He immediately asked, "Did you see who they are? What flag are they flying? How many are there? Has the pirate King Francis returned?" Chapter 8:14. Angus clearly understood the seriousness of the situation. He pondered for a few seconds before quickly replying, "My apologies, sir. Due to the darkness of the sky, we were unable to observe the people on the deck. As for the flag, the other party didn't seem to want to be recognized, so they didn't hang any flags. Even the sails were painted pure black. But judging from the style and number of ships, it shouldn't be Pirate King Francis' fleet, because they don't show any signs of having participated in battle. Moreover, one of the ships is especially large, a style I've never seen before." "A style I've never seen before?" André narrowed his eyes as if recalling something. He immediately mobilized the detection ability of the wizard tower and projected the images he observed onto the mirror. Instantly, a scene of surging waves appeared in front of him on the pitch-black surface of the sea. A dozen or so ships were braving the wind and waves. Among them were modified armed merchant ships as well as real warships. But the most conspicuous one was undoubtedly the giant ship at the very front. It was over 40 meters long and 14 meters wide, with 3 towering masts covered in sails. In terms of size alone, it was at least 3 to 4 times the size of the ships behind it. More importantly, the deck reflected a touch of gold under the moonlight. Although it wasn't very obvious, it was enough to determine the name of the ship, Eye of Arcane. As the builder, how could André forget this giant ship that once carried his dreams of sailing? Especially after seeing it repaired and once again galloping on the sea, a smile quickly appeared on his face. Angus, who was adept at observing people's expressions, caught this and hurriedly asked in a soft voice, "Sir, may I ask if you already know the origin of this unfamiliar fleet?" André nodded and replied, of course I know. Don't worry, not only are they not the enemy, but they're also reinforcements. With their addition, we can clean up Valen City from top to bottom in advance. You should know that I've always wanted to uproot the fortress at the highest point of the city. That location is too important. As long as the pirate beacon towers there are left, Francis might be able to learn of the situation in the city in advance. Once he's prepared, it'll be difficult to annihilate the pirates in one go. Reinforcements? With all due respect, are you 100% sure? Angus frowned subconsciously, his tone full of doubt. He couldn't be blamed for being cautious. After all, he had no idea that the entire Valen City had been taken over by a legend lich. Not to mention a mere fleet, even if all the ships in the southern seas were gathered together, it wouldn't be a big deal. In any case, there were many powerful magic spells that could raise monstrous waves and bury all the wooden ships. Yes, I'm 100% sure, because the largest ship in the picture was personally made by me. It has powerful weapons on it, and it can be used to storm the castle. Alright, leave this matter to me. You just need to be responsible for providing support. If you need the power of the Mage Tower, I'll let you know. After saying that, André waved his hand, indicating that the question was over. He didn't want others to know too many of his secrets, nor did he want to explain his identity and status in Linton City. Angus wasn't a fool. He understood that he couldn't continue probing, or else he might anger the other party. Thus, he immediately placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Understood, please be careful. I'll await your order to attack at any time. Seeing that the bald mage was so tactful, André revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. Have the guards continue to pay attention to the movements in the surroundings. Inform me immediately if they discover anything. Oh right, I've already found out that the apprentice Chester Aston was under the influence of magic just now. You can stop investigating and suspecting him. Understood. Angus answered neatly. While he was speaking, he glanced at the young apprentice standing to the side out of the corner of his eye, his gaze full of doubt. Even though he really wanted to know what had just happened, he restrained himself. After all, he was just an apprentice, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chester Aston understood the look in the bald mage's eyes. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he'd been scared out of his wits. After all, the difference in strength and status between the two of them was too great. He didn't have the confidence to face a powerful mage head-on. Andre's lips curled up slightly when he saw the two's little movements, revealing a barely noticeable smile. He then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. His entire body was instantly enveloped in a white radiance, vanishing without a trace after a few seconds. Angus's eyes glinted fiercely as soon as he'd teleported away. He glared at the young man for a full minute before he opened his mouth to threaten, "Apprentice, don't you think you should take the initiative to explain your actions?" Although he was scared to death, Chester Aston still took a deep breath and put on a neither servile nor overbearing look. He bowed and said, "My apologies, Master. I've already received the Tower Master's permission to not reveal anything that happened just now to a third party." "Including me?" Angus' expression instantly turned ugly, and he asked with a fake smile. "That's right, including you." Chester Aston braced himself and retorted. To be honest, he was already starting to regret agreeing to Andre's conditions. Secretly monitoring a mage who was dozens of times more powerful than himself was obviously not an easy job. He might even lose his life if he didn't do it well. "Very good. Very good. I hope you won't regret the choice you've made today." When Angus realized that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of the young man, he flung his loose robe forcefully, turned around, and disappeared into the dim corridor. Chester Aston instantly breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the furious bald mage leave. He patted his chest lightly and smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself, "Is this the might of an advanced mage? It's really chilling. If it wasn't for the Tower Master's tacit approval, I'm afraid I would have been killed just now." Sigh. "It seems that I have no other choice. I can only hope that the Tower Master can quickly fulfill his promise. Otherwise, my days in the future will be difficult." Just as the young man was sighing in self-pity, Andre had already passed through the spatial tunnel and appeared on the pitch-black sea at night. With the help of dark vision and flight, he easily located the arcane eye that was less than 500 meters away from him in the sky. This huge wooden sailboat was still as conspicuous as ever even in the darkness. The waves splashed against the hull of the ship, creating waves of crashing sounds. Chapter 8:15. There was no need to hide anything, nor was there a need for disguise. Andre swaggered through the night sky and landed on the deck of the arcane eye. He had just landed, but before he could observe his surroundings, he immediately felt a sharp blade pressed against his back. Even though there was a robe between them, he could still feel an icy chill on his skin. "Don't move. Raise your hand slowly and put it where I can see it. Don't try any tricks, or I promise I'll send you to the world of the dead before you can make a sound." A figure wearing dark red scale armor and a black cloak walked out of the darkness along with a seductive voice. Her face couldn't be seen clearly because her entire face was covered by the hood, but Andre could still easily recognize her from the smell of sulfur in the air. He raised his hands cooperatively and greeted her without even turning his head. "Long time no see, my dear Eunice. Your concealment skills are becoming more and more outstanding. What, you can't even recognize me now?" The figure in the black cloak trembled slightly as these words left his mouth. She gently removed the hood on her head and revealed an incomparably beautiful face. However, there were two thick and strong curved horns near the forehead above this beautiful face. Her eyes emitting an evil red light gave off a chaotic and evil feeling. Without a doubt, she was Eunice, who had half-demon blood. At the same time, she was Andre's first servant in the truest sense of the word. "Hee, are you a bit surprised to see me?" Andre turned around and stretched out his right hand to gently stroke the other party's cheek. His eyes were full of smiles. This was because he could sense that the demonic power within the body of this astonishingly charming Taflin had once again increased by leaps and bounds. If he didn't use his trump card, he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat him with just his current mage rank. In this world where power reigned supreme, there was nothing more important than obtaining great power. Moreover, a powerful demonkin warrior servant was a rare helper for all mages. Perhaps Eunice had never thought that they would meet again in such a way. She was completely stunned. She opened her seductive red lips slightly, revealing her little tongue hidden inside. After more than a minute, she finally came back to her senses. She excitedly opened her arms and immediately gave him a warm hug. "Thank God! It's great that you're all right. You should know that when we saw you being swept into the sea, we thought you were already." Feeling the concern of the half-demon, André gently stroked her dark red hair and comforted her with a smile. "All right, don't worry, I'm fine. I even gained unimaginable benefits. Tell me, apart from you, who else came with you this time?" Before Eunice could answer, another beautiful figure rushed out from the cabin and hugged André's waist tightly from behind. She shouted in a surprised tone, "Aha! Darling, it's really you. I knew you'd be fine. Of course. I can't bear to miss such a beautiful and cute fiancée." As he spoke, André reached out with his other hand and pulled the girl into his embrace. He lovingly pinched her little nose. Even though nothing had really happened between the two of them, he could still easily recognize that the person who came was the slightly childish Crowley from the moment her chest touched his back and the soft feeling and scale transmitted over. After all, among all the women he knew, only this young lowly had the youthfulness of a young girl. Her twin peaks were tall and straight, and she had a fiery personality. Chloe didn't say anything and immediately kissed the side of her lover's face deeply. Then, she playfully blinked and asked, "Hee, after such a long time, did you miss me? Is there a need to ask this question? I've always kept you in my heart." André lied without batting an eyelid. Ever since he was stranded in Sardinia, he had been busy dealing with endless enemies. How could he have the time to think about love? However, this didn't stop him from saying some pretty words. After all, women were emotional creatures through and through. If you didn't go along with them, what awaited you would most likely be endless doubts. It was obvious that André was a smart person in this aspect. Without batting an eyelid, he had resolved a rather big problem. Just as he was about to continue asking about the composition of the fleet, he suddenly realized that there were many people he was familiar with on the deck. Among them were the mercenary Captain Euras, the Vice-Captain Bartholomew, the elven druid Nina, and the crew members who were originally on the Eye of Mystical. There were also close allies like Lady Anastasia, Count George Mantell, and the president of the Association of Mages, Master Boris. Finally, there were dozens of powerful knights and hundreds of fully armed elite soldiers. They all wore different seals, and it was obvious that they were from more than a dozen noble families. André, who possessed extraordinary intelligence, realized in just a few seconds that this was actually a coalition fleet that had been put together at the last minute. They had only one purpose, and that was to rescue or help him. Thinking of this, he quickly let go of Eunice and Chloe in his arms. He quickly took 2 steps forward, placed one hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. "Please allow me to express my most sincere gratitude to every gentleman and lady present. Thank you for lending me a helping hand when I needed it the most. Thank you even more for appearing in this extremely terrifying sea without fear of danger. I promise that every penny you've given today will be returned at least tenfold in the near future. At the same time, you will also gain my friendship." André knew better than anyone that the so-called allies were actually a huge community of interest. You had to give when you asked for something. If you were too greedy and only knew how to ask, it wouldn't be long before this community of interests excluded you. Obviously, he had asked for a large amount of resources from his allies this time, including supplies, ships, soldiers, family knights, and so on. Therefore, he had to clearly tell them that he would give the same amount, or even several times the return, one day in the future. There was no love without a reason in this world, and similarly, there was no hatred without a reason. As a smart person, Andrei understood very well why these people in front of him would take the risk to come here. Master Boris longed for a way to prolong his life, Lady Anastasia had her eyes on his future, and the conservative nobles led by Count George Mantel had tasted the huge benefits brought by the table salt trade. In short, each of them longed for benefits that could not be obtained elsewhere. Chapter 8:16. As the person with the highest position and the most honorable status on this ship, the president of the Association of Mages, Boris, was the first to step forward. He looked at Andrei's right eye, which was the only part that was not covered, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. Not bad at all. I can feel that the magic in your body has been greatly strengthened. For a mage, this means that your level has increased. I have to say that you have given me quite a pleasant surprise. Before I met you, I had never seen a young mage who could increase their magic storage by 30 times in just a few months. Tell me, young man, have you now come into contact with 5th-level arcane spells? As these words were blurted out, the faces of everyone standing around revealed unconcealable shock. Perhaps in the most prosperous days of the ancient magic civilization, a mage who had mastered 5th-level arcane spells could only be the assistant or servant of a great mage or a legendary mage. But in this era where magic was on the decline, it meant unparalleled destructive power. This was especially true for the famous Death Cloud spell. As long as it was used in a densely populated area, it could instantly cause the death of thousands of people. Even the most elite soldiers would immediately become lifeless corpses if they took even a small breath of it. Generally speaking, if the profession level did not exceed 7th level, it would be very powerless in the face of this spell. It should be known that 7th level professions, regardless of whether they were warriors, thieves, rangers, mages, warlocks, druids, or priests, could all be regarded as the elite of society. The proportion of them in the crowd was very small, which showed how terrifying a mage who had mastered 5th-level arcane spells was. What was even more frightening was that Andrei's real age was not even 15 years old. Anyone who was not an idiot would know that he would surpass the great mage Boris in the near future, and even master 9th-level magic that could control time and space. Once they thought of being related to such a young man with endless potential, the eyes of everyone present burst out with a burning gaze. Without a doubt, they were all looking forward to an affirmative answer. That way, everything they had paid today would be exchanged for decades, or even hundreds of years of stability and prosperity for their families. Feeling the atmosphere at the scene becoming more and more strange, Andrei's lips curled up slightly, and he replied with a smile, "That's right, master. I am already a genuine 10th-level mage, and I also inherited the surname Branchflower not long ago." A 10th-tier sorcerer? Gods above, my ears didn't deceive me, did I? A nobleman in his 30s couldn't help but exclaim. The older man standing next to him glared at the man and reprimanded him in a low voice. "Idiot!" The main point was the surname. Branchflower was an ancient family that was blessed by the fire element. It had disappeared for hundreds of years, and its appearance now meant that the Flaming Duke had been reborn. In other words, the person you are looking at is the new Flaming Duke. The master of fire that devours and destroys all things, the great existence praised by countless bards. The old man's words were like a meteorite thrown into a calm lake, instantly splashing huge waves. As the southern region where the Flaming Duke was most active, almost everyone knew what this name, which symbolized destruction and burning, meant. Boris did not pay attention to the nobles who were whispering behind him. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Andrei's shoulder. He asked anxiously, "Really? Have you really become the chosen of the fire elemental Prince Isoldezer?" "Of course. You see, the flames are now like a part of my body. Not only will I not be burned, but I can also recover from my injuries by bathing in the flames. Just like in the stories, as long as there is a trace of fire, the Flaming Duke will never die." As he spoke, André raised his right hand and instantly transformed it into a fire elemental form. The deep blue flames emitted a temperature of over 1,000 degrees in just a few seconds. Even from a few meters away, one could feel the heat waves blowing against their faces. As a smart person, he was very clear about which secrets could be shared with his allies, and which he should always hide in his heart. Even to his closest friends, he could not say a word about it. Obviously, the Flaming Duke was something he could share, but the secret of the Arcane Eye was something he absolutely could not say a word about. The deep blue flames in the night sky were so beautiful and dazzling, firmly attracting everyone's attention. Some of the more superstitious sailors even knelt down and prayed devoutly. Perhaps in their eyes, the Flaming Duke, who had the power to destroy a city, was already no different from a god. So beautiful! Such abundant energy! Inexhaustible energy! This is the power of the Lord of the Raging Flames. A flame nourished by anger, Boris was completely captivated by the special characteristics of the deep blue flames. He revealed an unprecedented infatuation, wanting to touch it with his fingers several times, but ultimately restraining himself. As a knowledgeable mage, he was very clear about the serious consequences of coming into contact with this kind of flame without the corresponding magic protection. In order to prevent this great mage from suddenly losing control, André returned his burning right hand to its normal state and softly reminded him, "Master, please remain calm. In any case, I have already become the user of the deep blue flames. There will be plenty of opportunities to study them in the future, so there is no need to be anxious." Hearing this, the infatuation in Boris's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a wise radiance, as he nodded regretfully. "You are right, I was too impatient. You should know that the semi-elemental form itself has a lifespan of 1,000 years, and as the chosen of the fire elemental prince, Aesop Desir, your lifespan is close to unlimited. Your experience is truly enviable. You obtained the thing that human mages need the most: time, for no reason at all. Although you are still unable to experience the short lifespan of a mere 100 years at your age, it has undoubtedly solved the last stumbling block on your path to magical knowledge." From the old man's tone, there was an unconcealable envy and jealousy. To him, who was on the verge of death, there was nothing more important than extending his lifespan. André was keenly aware of this. He bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Haha, you don't have to worry at all, dear master. If you are not picky, I can immediately help you obtain a lifespan of a few 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Apart from some minor side effects, it will definitely not affect your continued study of the mysteries of magic." Chapter 8:17. Boris was already 140 years old. For a human, this was already an extremely long life. If he hadn't taken the life-prolonging potion, he would have started to die 30 or 40 years ago. In fact, he'd been searching for ways to extend his lifespan since he was 50 years old, but unfortunately, he'd failed in the end. As a genuine great wizard, he couldn't tolerate those inferior methods, such as turning himself into a low-level undead creature, nor could he tolerate the slightest bit of damage to his intelligence. Now that he'd suddenly heard of a method that could immediately extend his lifespan, he was instantly overjoyed. However, his long-cultivated habit of being cautious allowed him to quickly suppress his emotional fluctuations. He asked seriously, "Tell me, what is your method, and what are the so-called small side effects?" André smiled faintly and replied softly, "It's very simple. Not long ago, I just happened to catch a living vampire spawn. As long as you drain its blood and inject it into your veins, you'll immediately obtain a lifespan equivalent to a vampire's. The only drawback is that it'll be turned into an undead creature, and will need to drink fresh blood every once in a while." "Vampire? You're saying you caught a living vampire spawn?" Boris could no longer conceal the shock in his heart and grabbed Andrei's wrist. Of course, Great Wizard. He's currently locked up in the Wizard Towers dungeon 500 meters below Valen City. If you wish, you can start at any time. In fact, according to what I know, there are quite a few vampires in this archipelago. There's even a direct heir from the Cyampney family. His name is Gillis Cyampney, and he's the youngest son of Duke Calvin. Saying this, an imperceptible smile appeared on Andrei's face. He was very clear how attractive a descendant of a vampire duke was to an old wizard nearing the end of his life. After all, whether it was in terms of research or obtaining a vampire's physique, a pure blood would always be 100 times stronger than a spawn. If he was lucky, he might even be able to trace the bloodline and discover the method to become a vampire duke. After all, a vampire duke's battle prowess wasn't much weaker than a great wizard's. Add to that the absolute control they had over their descendants, and they could create an undead army of unprecedented scale in just a few days. Without a doubt, Boris was tempted. His eyes shone with a fiery light. Although becoming a vampire would bring about all kinds of problems, such as becoming a permanent member of the evil faction, or being afraid of the sun or anything that contained positive energy, there was one thing that he valued the most, and that was that it would not affect his intelligence, nor would it affect his level as a magician. In other words, if he was a level 14 mage before the transformation, he would still be a level 14 mage after the transformation. His spell slots, arcane spells, and so on would not change at all. Andrei was keenly aware of the old mage's thoughts. He immediately lowered his voice and suggested, "Master, you don't have to rush to make a decision. My previous promise is still valid. Anyway, you still have enough time. Why don't you wait for a while?" "You're saying the effect of that spell will be better than turning into a vampire?" Boris leaned forward and whispered into his ear. "Sorry, I don't know much about this, but in my opinion, it's always good to have more options, isn't it?" Andrei also whispered into the other party's ear, using a voice that only the two of them could hear to give an answer. Ever since he became a level 10 mage, he was already qualified to decipher the spell books left behind by Ulysses Domer. It was just that he hadn't had the time yet. The purpose of this suggestion was very simple. He didn't want to lose the help of a great mage too quickly, and he didn't want to take over the mess of the Association of Mages without sufficient preparation. After all, once President Boris turned into an undead, or seized a new body, it meant that he could no longer stay in the Association of Mages. On one hand, it was because of the pressure from the Church of the Good God, and on the other hand, it was because of the strong rejection from the mages. Boris stroked the short beard on his chin and nodded thoughtfully. "What you said makes sense. I really don't need to be in too much of a hurry. Right, you mentioned the underground mage tower in Valen City just now. Could it be that you've successfully deceived Gerald Jenkinson?" Andrei smiled and spread out his hands. "No, it's even better than that. I killed him, and now the entire mage tower is under my control." "What? You actually killed Gerald Jenkinson?" Boris subconsciously took a step back, his eyes revealing a look of shock. As the president of the Linton Spell Warrior Association, he knew all too well of Gerald Jenkinson's abilities. He couldn't believe what he'd just heard. "Yes, he's dead. Even his soul has been imprisoned and turned into a spirit crystal pillar. If you want to see your old friend with your own eyes, I can definitely arrange it," Andrei explained very calmly. Boris took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He then muttered to himself, "All right, it seems that a lot has happened to you during this period of time." Andrei shrugged indifferently. "That's right. Just like you said, too many things have happened during this period of time. I'll slowly tell you about it when there's time. Right now, the most important thing is to tell me how many soldiers this fleet is carrying. I might need them in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Count George, who had been standing not too far away, took 2 steps forward and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. My friend, don't worry, I've contacted 10 powerful nobles this time and brought 800 fully armed elite soldiers and 12 knights. I've also contacted a few nobles that have close trade relations with us and brought 300 soldiers and 5 knights. In addition to the sailors, mercenaries, and barbarian warriors on your ship, there are about 1,600 soldiers and 20 knights. Lady Anastasia quickly added. 1,600 people? I think that should be enough. Andrei rubbed his chin and nodded thoughtfully. He then opened his arms and gave each of them a warm hug. Thank you very much. You arrived in time to solve a big problem for me. Lady Anastasia kissed Andrei's cheek and replied, You're welcome. We're a family and should help each other. My dear friend, I've said before that as long as you need it, we can mobilize 3,000 private soldiers and 50 knights at any time. Due to the time constraints and the limited space on the ship, we couldn't bring them all. I hope you don't mind. Perhaps it was because he realized that his investment could be returned tenfold or even 100-fold. Old George was in a very good mood and even took the initiative to joke. Chapter 8:18. Of course I don't mind. In fact, I'm already very surprised that you could arrive at such a crucial moment. Not long ago, I received news that the Linton City Navy led by Mikhail Kerman was annihilated by the pirates and Bakarov City. Only a few managed to escape. Some of the pirates were even planning to use this opportunity to attack Linton City and destroy the largest shipyards in one fell swoop. They would also take away all the shipbuilders and make Linton City unable to build even a single warship in a short period of time. This way they would be able to quickly strengthen themselves and dominate the entire southern seas. When that happens, every merchant ship on the sea would become delicious prey. Believe me, if you were just a little bit late, you would undoubtedly be trapped in the harbor, captured, or sunk. With a smile on his face, Andrei revealed a piece of news that made everyone tremble in fear. Especially the few nobles who had close ties with the sea trade. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear, and their foreheads were dripping with sweat. Even though they were all conservatives, and their main income came from manors, mines, and artisanal workshops, these things still needed ships to be sold to other ports and countries. Since ships were needed, they were part of the sea trade. If Linton City's sea hegemony was taken over by the pirates, it was easy to imagine what would happen next. Due to the lack of necessary transportation, a large number of goods would be squeezed and unsaleable. Countless merchants would go bankrupt, and the residents would not be able to find work. The originally prosperous Linton City would decline to an unimaginable level in just a few years. The destruction of the huge navy would be a catastrophe for the entire Linton City. From the poor beggars to the nobles and mages, no one would be spared. Old George's smile instantly froze on his face. His hands trembled uncontrollably. After a full minute, he asked urgently, Tell me, you must have a solution, right? Looking at the other party's fearful eyes, Andrei nodded unhurriedly and replied softly, That's right, my lord. That's right, my dear Count. My goal is to take down the pirates' lair before they come back. Then, when Francis returns with his fleet, I will launch a surprise attack and nip the threat in the bud. As everyone knew, no matter how terrifying a fleet was, it needed a safe and reliable logistics base, and Sardinia was the only natural harbor that could reach the entire Southern Ocean. As long as we can control it, we can control all the pirates in this area, including a huge smuggling network hidden in the dark. Think about it, what would it mean to have these resources in their hands? The answer is very simple. It means that we can control dozens of large port cities in the entire southern region, as well as hundreds of towns and villages within their radiation range. We will become the uncrowned kings of the entire southern region. Even the whale merchant group will have to submit to us. It had to be said that Andrei's words were full of bewitchment. Many young nobles began to breathe faster, and their eyes revealed a burning light. After all, they had received elite education from a young age and were well aware of the importance of channels for trade and commodity circulation. To put it bluntly, in this backward world where traveling was basically done by walking and communication was basically done by shouting, whoever grasped the middle link of the commodity circulation would be on the highway to wealth. It wasn't just wealth, but also the power that came with it. Merchants and nobles would be like dogs chasing meat bones, madly flocking to Sardinia to curry favor with the ruler here. Money, power, and great fame and influence. Almost no one could resist such temptation. However, Count George clearly had some misgivings in his heart. After much consideration, he finally couldn't help but raise his doubts. My apologies, my friend. Even though you've shown us an unparalleled future, it won't be easy to achieve this. First, you have to deal with the pirate castle at the highest point of Valen City. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Normal methods won't work. If we attack by force, it won't matter even if all 1,600 people die. Secondly, the number of pirates loyal to Francis is rather large. How do you plan on wiping them all out? Even if only a small portion of them escape, they'll be able to turn the entire sea upside down. With the number of warships we currently have, there's nothing we can do. Lastly, and most importantly, why did you invite us to join? Why not choose to control everything by yourself? I believe that with the Flaming Duke's strength, he'll definitely be able to do it. As the last word left his mouth, the originally excited nobles quickly calmed down. Their eyes were filled with suspicion and wariness. Even Countess Anastasia of West Sial was no exception. It couldn't be helped. The thinking of the ruling class of this world was still in a very backward state. They always wanted to monopolize as many markets and resources as possible, and almost never considered cooperation. They simply didn't understand that when it came to markets and trade, the more people and the larger the scale, the more profits would be obtained. The difference between the two was like a small biscuit and a large cake. The former was hiding in a corner and secretly eating a small biscuit. Even though there was no need to share it with others, the biscuit was only that big, and would be gone once it was finished. The latter, on the other hand, was tasting a large cake with many people. Perhaps they couldn't swallow it all, but because the cake was big enough, everyone would get a bigger slice than the biscuit. In the 21st century on Earth, even the worst ruler and businessman understood that no matter which industry wanted to develop, the first thing to do was to make the cake bigger. Only then could a large-scale industrial chain be formed and a large amount of wealth could be generated. Today, André had to convey this idea to his allies, and then tightly unite them around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete such a complicated plan alone. Sweeping his gaze across the pairs of doubtful eyes, André suddenly revealed a confident smile. However, he wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he turned to the president and said, "Master, can I ask you for a small favor? My dear friends obviously lack confidence in me. Could you please tell them about the power I have at my disposal?" Boris sighed helplessly. All right. But before that, you have to tell me, is the Mage Tower really under your control? Chapter 8:19. Of course, Master. As long as I give the order, all the resources and energy within the Wizard Tower can be transferred without limit at any time. Just as the name implies, everything is under my control. Even the core area of the Wizard Tower is no exception. André was well aware of the hidden meaning behind this question and gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. After all, a wizard tower wasn't something that could be operated by one or two people. It required a large number of mages, apprentices, and servants, in addition to the cooperation of all kinds of summoned magical creatures. It was like the large-scale, cutting-edge laboratories on Earth. Even the most genius scientist wouldn't be able to handle everything alone. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Mages above level 17 could cast a level 9 spell called Awaken the Tower Spirit, causing the entire wizard tower to come to life and possess the ability to analyze and think independently, managing most things on its own. Unfortunately, this powerful spell wasn't something that just anyone could cast. With the structure of Valen City's underground wizard tower and the skill of its builder, it was impossible to have a tower spirit. Thus, the question of the chairman became extremely important. This was because an empty wizard tower after a massacre and a fully staffed wizard tower were two completely different concepts. Without a doubt, as a powerful transformation wizard, Boris was well aware of the huge difference between the two. Thus, he wanted to confirm the true situation of the wizard tower. Although Andrei didn't directly reveal the situation within the wizard tower, he gave a guarantee that the wizard tower could operate normally. It could be said that the two spellcasters had completed a private exchange of information without the knowledge of outsiders. As they had both used code, the surrounding people were completely confused and had no idea what the two mages were talking about. Boris shot a meaningful glance at Andrei, then turned to face Count George Mantell and the conservative nobles and explained in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Listen, I don't expect you to understand the greatness of magic, nor do I expect you to understand the immense power of a wizard tower. All you need to know is that Andrei can now monitor and control all supernatural forces within several kilometers of Pirate City. He can even easily summon storms and send down destructive flames and lightning. Unless there are at least 5 great mages like me working together, no one can stop him from doing what he wants to do." This was the importance of a fully functional wizard tower to a wizard. In essence, a castle made of stone or a ship made of wood was no different from a piece of soft bread that had just been baked in front of a wizard tower. I don't know if you can understand my explanation. Compared to the overly young Andrei, President Boris, who controlled the entire Linton City Mage Association, was undoubtedly more persuasive. Looking at Countess Anastasia's shocked expression, she was completely frightened by the president's description. In her impression, Andrei should be a young man who matured early, was wise, and was full of potential. Perhaps his spellcasting ability was quite outstanding among his peers, and he had many ideas that could make a lot of money. But no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't associate him with the word powerful. Now, a great mage actually said that he would need 5 of himself to defeat Andrei, who had the help of a mage tower. This was simply unbelievable. Andrei ignored the shock, awe and fear in most people's eyes and asked with a smile, "How is it, my dear Count, do you have a little more confidence in me now?" Old George smiled bitterly and nodded. "Of course, I have always had confidence in you, although this news is a bit shocking. But I still want to know, why did you choose to cooperate with us?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Andrei suddenly laughed out loud without any warning. "Count, my dear Count," he replied, shaking his finger with a smile, "that is a rather foolish question of yours. The answer is obvious, my plan is huge, and I need the help of allies. You must know that building a transportation system that dominates the entire Southern Sea is not an easy task. Not only does it require a large number of warships and merchant ships, but it also requires a clear understanding of the specialties and goods of each port city, town, and village. Such a huge preparation work requires the cooperation of countless people, and you are the first batch of collaborators that I have chosen. You should know very well that I have never been a person who is greedy for power or money. On the contrary, I am willing to share them with my friends, and I believe that the salt trade is enough to prove my sincerity. Now tell me, are you willing to join hands with me to create what may be the largest commercial alliance in human history? Don't be in a hurry to answer, think about it carefully. I will say the ugly words first. Although I am very generous in some aspects, I am very stingy in other aspects, and I cannot tolerate any form of betrayal. If I find out that anyone here betrays me in the future, even if it is just a little, then he and his family will be ruthlessly destroyed, whether it is body or soul. Of course, in order to show my sincerity, I will show a part of my strength tonight, and I hope your answer will not disappoint me." After that, Andrei politely bowed and raised his hand to draw a magical symbol in the air. In an instant, A huge amount of magic energy surged from the bottom of the sea and quickly enveloped the entire fleet, like glass, flashing with a dazzling brilliance. In just a few seconds, the energy formed a layer of faint membrane, which looked like a translucent cover from the inside. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, President Boris stretched out his finger to feel the strength of the magic in the air, and quickly revealed a smile. Not bad, a very perfect spell structure. Although it is a little unstable, it will definitely be able to fool the eyes of ordinary people. Andre, your talent in the field of arcane magic is simply unparalleled, and you have already begun to create your own magic. No, Master, this is only an obstruction spell, and can't be considered a real spell. As you have mentioned, it is not stable, and at best, it only uses the principle of light refraction. Andre very humbly bowed. While the two of them were talking, the fleet circled around the side of the island and slowly sailed into the calm harbor. The lookouts at the top of the cliff and the castle did not notice them at all. All they saw was a ball of darkness where they could not even see their own fingers. Chapter 8:20. More than 10 minutes later, the fleet led by the Eye of Arcane carefully docked at the empty dock. Thanks to the monstrous waves set off by the goddess of the sea not long ago, all the ships docked nearby were lifted to the shore and smashed to pieces without exception. Therefore, at a glance, there was not even a shadow of a ghost. Even the ratmen who controlled the nearby territories had disappeared without a trace. Of course, if it was just silence, it would not be enough to stun the experienced sailors. What really frightened and terrified them was precisely the energy wall that separated the entire city. These walls that emitted a dazzling halo were like auroras. They looked extremely beautiful from afar. Even the most idiotic guy could feel the great power contained in them. Oh, my God! What the hell is this? Old George held the amulet hanging around his neck tightly and muttered to himself in amazement. It's the large-scale coverage of the force wall spell. If I'm not wrong, the magic that can maintain this scale must come from the power of the wizard tower. Am I right? With that, President Boris turned his head and stared at Andre, trying to get an affirmative answer. As the controller of the wizard tower in Linton City, he knew all too well that every wizard tower would more or less have several powerful trump cards hidden up their sleeve. Among them, there were things like detonating earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other things that would cause mutual destruction. There were also measures like isolation, control, expulsion, and so on that he saw before his eyes. In short, in order to ensure the safety of their lives and property, as well as their vital interests not being infringed upon, the wizards would do almost anything. They had always been selfish, and did not care whether it would affect innocent people. In human history, there were many powerful spellcasters who went crazy and directly razed their own areas to the ground. The number of casualties was in the tens of millions. When some cities approved the construction of the wizard tower, they often had to go through a series of strict approvals and inspections to ensure that the crazy wizards would not plant a big bomb in the heart of the city. Feeling the president's gaze, Andre smiled and shrugged his shoulders. You guessed right. This is indeed one of the trump cards of the wizard tower. Due to the riots in the city at present, I have to use some extreme measures. Don't worry, after our soldiers have rested on shore, I'll remove all the force walls and comb through the entire city from top to bottom. I'll also take care of the castle that stands at the highest point. In a day or two at most, Pirate King Francis will lead part of the fleet back. I hope to give him a big surprise then. Big surprise? Haha, I think it's more like a shock. Boris chuckled and shook his head. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with the fortress at the highest point of the city? If I remember correctly, the stones there have been specially processed and have very strong magic resistance. Whether it's stone to mud or other transformation spells, it's very difficult to have any effect. Magic? No, Master, I never intended to use magic to deal with the pirate's castle. I intended to attack it head-on. You may not know this, but the ship under our feet has very good siege weapons. There is no need to waste the precious energy of the mage tower." After saying that, André turned around and glanced at the bronze cannon placed on the deck. Although in his opinion, these heavy firearms were quite primitive, they had been through the most scientific design. The length of the cannon was more than 20 times the diameter of the cannon bore. Coupled with the best proportion of granular gunpowder, it may be difficult to break the magically reinforced stones, but it was absolutely no problem to blow open the iron gate outside the gate. Old George had obviously heard of the glorious battle results of the Eye of Arcane. He stretched out a hand and stroked a cold cannon beside him. He asked, "This is the alchemy weapon that you personally forged? Is its power really as terrifying as the legends say?" André replied with a smile, "There's a good saying that goes, seeing is believing. My friend, don't worry, you'll see its power tonight." As soon as his voice fell, he immediately ordered Bartholomew, "I'll give you an hour to unload half of the cannons and ammunition on the ship. I'll use them to blow up the castle gate tonight." Don't worry, since the last sneak attack, the crew has been holding back their anger. I swear, as long as you give the order, even if it's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, they'll give it a try." The old captain patted his chest and promised with a grim smile. André nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, then hurry up and move. Remember, everyone must be quiet. Before I give the order to attack, no one is allowed to make a sound, let alone light a fire. Understand?" "Understood." Bartholomew bowed with one hand on his chest. He then began to wave his arms, indicating that the soldiers in the cabin could go ashore first. Under the coordination of the knights, hundreds of noble private soldiers dressed in armor, armed with shields, swords, spears, and crossbows, walked onto the deck one after another and boarded the dock along the planks. They had obviously undergone strict training. Even after drifting on the sea for several days, they did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. In just half an hour, they had already lined up in a neat square in the open space, checking their equipment while resting to recover their physical strength. As for the remaining sailors, they used levers and pulleys to dismantle the bronze cannons together with the cannon carriage from the Eye of Arcane and place them on the carriages that had been prepared in advance. Everything seemed to be in order, just as André was thinking about whether to take the castle by surprise first, or to eliminate the ratmen and underground guilds fighting in the upper city. A slightly fat guy suddenly appeared next to him. He was wiping the sweat on his forehead while squeezing out a flattering smile. He bent down and bowed deeply, holding up the things in his hands high. "Honorable sir, this is your mage badge and seal ring. I did not disappoint you and successfully completed the task you entrusted to me." Obviously, this fat guy was none other than the smuggler, Tim, who had taken on the mission of delivering the letter not long ago. However, André noticed that he also seemed to be wearing a silver ring engraved with complicated patterns on his finger. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. "Mr. Tim, no, perhaps I should call you Sir Tim now. I have to say, your fast ship is really impressive. In such a short time, you completed the magnificent feat of going back and forth between the Sardinia Islands and Linton City. So, have you gotten the reward you wanted as you wished?" With that, André picked up the mage badge and put it on his chest, then put the seal ring that symbolized his noble status on his ring finger. At the same time, he looked at the audacious fat merchant in front of him with great interest. Chapter 8:21. As a smuggler who had traveled extensively and occasionally acted as a pirate, Tim's skin was as thick as the city walls. He was completely immune to any form of contempt and mockery, let alone this harmless stare. He wiped his face slightly, not knowing if it was fat or sweat. He touched the ring on his finger and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha! Thanks to your blessing, I am now a knight recognized by the Parliament of Nobles in Linton City. Not only have I obtained the noble status that I've always dreamed of, but I've also received a large reward. To be honest, I still feel like I'm in a dream. You are the messenger sent by the goddess of fortune. Please forgive me for being a little incoherent, because I can't find any better words to express my gratitude to you." Andre shrugged nonchalantly. "Since you've already gotten what you wanted, why did you still take the risk to follow the fleet back to Sardinia? What gave you such courage? Or is there some interest that drove you to play with your life?" As a smart person, he didn't think that the fat merchant came to him just to return the seal ring and the mage badge. There must be some other purpose behind it. Merchants pursued profit. This was not only their nature, but also a manifestation of human desire. If a merchant suddenly started to flatter you, then don't hesitate. He must have some kind of strong desire for you. Seeing that his little trick didn't work, Tim wasn't discouraged. Instead, he rubbed his hands together in a very unscrupulous manner. You really have a sharp eye. That's right, I did run into a little trouble. I hope you can help me out on the account that I'm quite efficient in my work." "Tell me, what kind of trouble did you run into?" Andre lightly knocked on the guardrail on the deck. He didn't agree, but he didn't reject immediately either. This attitude made Tim feel uneasy. After hesitating for a few seconds, he carefully said, "It's actually not a big deal. It's just that after receiving the title of knight, I found that I couldn't integrate into the noble circle at all. The other nobles completely ignored my existence. They ignored my invitations and even my greetings." After hearing Tim's request, Andre couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He asked in return, "Do you know why?" "Why? Could it be that my title is fake? Or is it because I used to be a smuggler?" Tim blinked his eyes in confusion. In the past, he was just a nobody. He had never come into contact with the upper class and did not understand the social rules of the aristocratic circle. "No, neither, my dear merchant. There are 3 main reasons why they won't accept you. First, you can't bring them enough benefit. Second, you don't have enough power to deserve their attention. Third, you're not a descendant of a noble. Do you know? In fact, the nobles of Linton City are already quite open-minded. If you were in a more traditional kingdom in the north, a newly promoted noble like you would not only be excluded from the circle, but you would also be suppressed. This situation would probably continue for decades, or even centuries, until your family had many marriages with other families and completely assimilated into them. To put it bluntly, the aristocrats used all kinds of methods to form an alliance of interest. In order to protect their own interests and allow this alliance to continue, they set up countless rules that were beneficial to them and severely rejected intruders. Among them, the bloodline theory was one of the most important. Being born noble was the core of their code of conduct. This not only ensured that the descendants of the nobles firmly held the ruling position, but also ensured that the family would have a chance to rise again after its decline. If you want to quickly gain the recognition of the nobles, I'll give you a few suggestions. First, hire a tutor who is proficient in etiquette. A good upbringing is always the key to a good first impression. Second, start cultivating an interest in literature and art. Otherwise, you'll find that you won't be able to find a common topic at balls and salons. Lastly, and most importantly, do your best to do business with the nobles and display your value to the greatest extent. When they realize that you're a goose that can lay golden eggs, it'll be fine even if the first 2 are useless. In order to let the fat merchant understand his situation, Andre explained the way the nobles thought in great detail, even down to the most essential part. He was well aware of how much risk the other party had taken in the process of delivering the letter, especially by forcibly increasing the ship's speed to the limit. The slightest carelessness would have caused the ship to capsize and ultimately be buried in the sea. Therefore, he wanted to use this method to give some compensation and return. One must know that in this world, there was probably no other person who could have such a profound understanding of the feudal system and the nobles like him. Greatly enlightened, Tim's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. Then he sighed helplessly and said, "Alas, so that's how it is. I'm now like a hyena that broke into a pride of lions. What I need to consider is not how to gain the recognition of the lions, but how to protect myself first." Hee, that's right. Looks like you already know what to do. Please remember, since you're a merchant, you should first do your job well. After all, when your wealth reaches a certain level, your power will naturally follow. Alright, that's all for today's talk. I still have a lot of things to do. After saying that, Andre lightly patted the fat merchant's shoulder, turned around and left the deck of the Eye of Mystical, and walked towards the dock. But before he could take a few steps, he heard Tim shouting from behind, "Wait! Please wait! I still have something to say." Hearing this, Andre stopped in his tracks. "Say it. Try to be quick. I'm in a hurry." "It's like this. I've just heard someone mention that you seem to be planning to establish a huge trading system that radiates across the entire Southern Sea with the Sardinia Islands as the center. I wonder if I can join in?" After hesitating for a while, Tim finally couldn't help but speak of the desire hidden in the depths of his heart. After receiving this news, he instantly realized that this was an excellent opportunity. If he couldn't act before the nobles responded, then he would have nothing to do in the future. Looking at the merchant's small, bright eyes, Andre suddenly laughed without warning, and he laughed very happily. While laughing, he asked, "Please tell me, my dear Tim, do you think you're qualified to be my ally?" Chapter 8:22. What was an ally? To put it simply, an ally was a friend formed by forming an alliance for common interests or goals. That was to say, they must first have common interests and goals, and then they must be good friends. Only then could they be called allies. Did Tim and Andre have common interests and goals? Obviously no. Because the two were not on the same level in terms of financial resources, social status, or personal power. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be the difference between an elephant and an ant. In the face of such a huge gap, not to mention common interests, Andre could easily crush the smuggler Tim with just a little finger. Then, could they be considered friends? The answer was undoubtedly no. At most, the two could only be regarded as having made a deal, and then each took what they needed. At best, they were acquaintances, not even acquaintances. In fact, whether it was choosing allies or friends, Andre had always followed a principle, and that was to a certain extent equality. A lion and a rabbit could not be friends, an eagle could not be allies with a sparrow, and a spellcaster with powerful supernatural powers could not be friends or allies with a lowly smuggler. The relationship between them could be one of sympathy, charity, or hunter and prey. The only difference between them was that they were not friends and allies. Perhaps some people would say that friends must first be sincere, and persistence and identity or status could not be regarded as real friends at all. But these people had never considered that the real world was not a fairy tale, and the interactions between people were basically mixed with all kinds of interest. Pure feelings were not non-existent, but they absolutely could not be maintained for a long time. As a rational person, Andre had always been very cautious when choosing allies. He did not choose those who were too strong, because this was likely to lead to the weak being swallowed up, and he also did not choose those who were too weak, because when cooperating, the effort and the return of the two sides were completely disproportionate. Obviously, Tim was not in his consideration from the beginning, but he was still willing to listen to what the other party had to say. If the other party could offer conditions that he was interested in, then he would not mind letting this fat merchant have a share of the profits. Tim seemed to feel Andre's attitude and subconsciously clenched his fist. He wanted to speak several times, but for some reason, he swallowed his words. He knew that he only had one chance to speak. Once he spoke, it would mean that there was no turning back. After much deliberation and hesitation, he seemed to have made up his mind. After taking a deep breath, he carefully took out a crumpled parchment from his bosom. "Sir, perhaps in your eyes, I'm just a low-class smuggler. Although my profits are quite generous, I'll never be able to live openly under the sun. I'm just as disgusting as a dirty fly or a bedbug. But there's a common saying among the Valen City pirates that snakes have snake paths, and rats have rat paths. Every creature has its own way of survival. Anyone who can survive in these waters must have some unknown secrets, and my method is this map. Not only does it record the maze-like sewers under the city, but it also records all the places where ships can pass through the complicated waters of Sardinia. I believe this map will help you quickly defeat the enemies hiding in the dark. After saying that, Tim handed over the precious map that he had kept for who knew how many years with both hands. It had to be said that he made a very wise choice. He didn't beat around the bush, nor did he try to negotiate. He just generously took out his most precious item. Andre glanced at him meaningfully and reached out to take the map. As he looked at it carefully, he said in a playful tone, "Do you know what I admire the most about you, my dear Tim?" The fat merchant shook his head with a bitter smile. "Sorry, sir, I'm just a stupid merchant. I can't understand the thoughts of a powerful mage like you." No, you're not stupid at all, Mr. Tim." Andre shook his finger lightly, his expression gradually becoming serious. "On the contrary, you're very smart, even smarter than the nobles on the ship. You can always make a choice that benefits you at the right time. Of course, this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that you can clearly recognize your own abilities and your position. You must know that the people in this world are either overly confident or overly inferior. There are too few people who know their own limit. If you can keep this up, then I believe that in the near future, you will be able to realize your dreams. Finally, thank you for the map that you provided. It will save me a lot of trouble in the next operation." As the last word left his mouth, Andre lightly patted the merchant's shoulder and walked straight to the direction where the soldiers were gathered. "Hey, sir, do I have the qualifications to be your ally now?" Tim asked in a loud voice with uncertainty. As a merchant, he was eager to know if his efforts would be rewarded. "No, you are now." Andre turned around and winked with a smile. Without a doubt, he liked this fat guy who was a little greedy, a little witty, and would never ask for too much. After receiving a positive answer, Tim immediately waved his arms excitedly and shouted, "Thank you, sir. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. I promise to fulfill my obligations as an ally. No matter what happens in the future, I swear that I will never betray you." Andre waved his hand without turning his head, indicating that he had heard him. He didn't respond at all. He was very clear that the fat merchant's words were from the bottom of his heart, but who could say for sure what would happen in the future? After all, in the face of benefits, even blood relatives could turn against each other. Rather than believe in those illusory promises, it was better to grasp the present and formulate a perfect set of rules to eliminate all possible threats in the bud. After a simple rest, more than 1,600 soldiers had recovered their strength and were waiting for the order to set off. Although they still didn't know who the enemy was and how many there were, they still maintained a high morale. A few knights and nobles who knew the inside story gathered together and discussed in whispers how to minimize the casualties. After all, the private army was their capital to establish themselves in Linton City. If they lost too many soldiers at once, it wouldn't be easy to replenish them. Chapter 8:23. Gentlemen, how is it? Have you come to a conclusion? Should we wipe out the ratmen and guild members who are fighting in the upper city first, or should we attack the castle occupied by the pirates first? Andre asked with a smile as soon as he arrived in front of them. As a smart person who believed in leaving professional problems to professionals, he threw out the choice when they just arrived at the port. Now that they were about to set off, it was time to ask for an answer. As the leader of the conservative nobles, old George communicated with the knights with his eyes, then raised his head and answered, "The result of our discussion is to destroy the castle occupied by the pirates first. The reason is very simple. The ballista set up on the high cliff is too big a threat to us. If we can't eliminate it immediately and let the other party fire with all their strength, we will have a lot of casualties. As for the reckless motley crew, let them kill each other first. When we have control of the commanding heights, we will turn around and deal with them slowly. Andre nodded thoughtfully. No problem, I respect your opinion. Let's attack the castle first. But now that the upper city has become very chaotic, I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass through quietly. Pass through quietly? No, my friend, you seem to have misunderstood something. You should know that we have a total of 1,600 fully armed soldiers and more than 30 powerful knights. Our enemy, on the other hand, is a group of gang members who have lost the protection of the pirate fleet. They might be good at creating fear and bullying unarmed civilians, but in front of a real army, they are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. So we don't have to hide at all. If anyone dares to block the path of the army, just crush them. When old George said this, he was full of confidence and aristocratic arrogance. Obviously, he didn't put the Ratmen and the Underground Guild in his eyes at all. If he wasn't afraid of losing too much and not being able to explain it when he returned, he might have done something like ransacking the entire city. Don't think that all nobles were polite and courteous. Whether it was speaking or doing things, they were full of accent, just like the classic gentleman image in the movies. In fact, most of the time, what they did was no different from pirates, bandits, and so on. Especially in a state of war, it was normal for them to rob and burn the villages, towns, and caravans belonging to the enemy forces. Furthermore, the Sardinian pirates had looted the merchants in the south for hundreds of years, and the wealth they had accumulated was beyond imagination. In the past, no one had been able to bypass the line of defense set up by the pirate. Now that they had successfully landed, there was no way they could return empty-handed. Noticing the greed in the eyes of the nobles and knights, Andre couldn't help but chuckle and spread out his hands nonchalantly. All right, since you all have a perfect plan, I won't say anything more. But as an ally, I think it is my duty to remind you that this city is not as weak as it looks. The enemy hiding in the dark is still a huge threat. Needless to say, just the beast virus carried by the Ratmen is a big problem. It is highly contagious, and even the slightest scratch on the skin will be infected. When the next full moon comes, the infected will turn into a beast and attack all living things that come close. Lastly, you all have to understand that this city is an important part of the whole plan. If it is damaged too much, everyone, including me, will suffer a huge loss. That's all I have to say, and I hope you can consider it carefully. As the last word fell, Andre immediately raised his arm and waved at the dark alley not far ahead. Come out and meet our new allies. In an instant, dozens of figures dashed out from the darkness and appeared in the light. They were all dressed in gray night clothes and had masks on their faces. Their entire bodies exuded a cold and cruel aura. There was no need to ask to know that they were killers and assassins. A woman who looked like the leader took 2 steps forward and knelt on one knee. Honorable Sir, I have followed your request and brought all of my most elite subordinates. Very good. You really didn't disappoint me, Teresa. Andre looked into her eyes with a satisfied smile on his face. I never disappoint anyone. Please give the order. Perhaps it was because of the disastrous defeat against the weapon master, Sam, but Teresa suddenly became much calmer. She no longer cared about personal gains and losses. She even put on the night clothes that she had not worn for a long time and personally participated in the most dangerous battle. Her whole person exuded a threatening aura. Andre pointed to the stunned nobles and knights beside him and whispered, "You have 2 tasks tonight. One is to lead the way, and the other is to help them deal with any resistance they may encounter along the way." Understood. Without any hesitation or nonsense, Teresa nodded and agreed without hesitation. Andre was obviously very satisfied with the change in her attitude. He turned to George and said, "My friend, this lady is one of my trusted subordinates. She can not only point out the right path for you, but also help you deal with the enemies hidden in the dark. She has been lurking around us all this time? George's voice was obviously trembling, and his face was green and white. There was no need to ask to know that he was frightened. The alley where Teresa was hiding was less than 15 meters away from his position. If it was an enemy, even with the protection of the knights, a surprise attack could kill more than half of the nobles present. Relax, Count. She is one of us. You don't have to be so nervous. In fact, the mode of war in this city is slightly special. It does not advocate a head-on confrontation. It prefers to achieve its goals through sneak attacks, assassination, intimidation, and bribery. So I solemnly advise you again. No matter what, don't scatter the soldiers and search street by street. Because behind every door and window, there could be a deadly dagger dipped in poison hidden. After saying this sentence, Andrei gracefully bowed and walked in the direction of President Boris, Countess Anasta, and Chloe. There was no doubt that he had just given the arrogant nobles and knights a show of strength, completely dispelling their thoughts and letting them know who was the master of this archipelago. Chapter 8:24. Full of disdain for the conservative nobles of Linton City, Andrei walked up to President Boris, who was analyzing the energy wall, and asked with a smile, "Master, I'm going back to the Wizard Tower now. I wonder if you're interested in coming along?" "What, you've settled those short-sighted idiots?" Boris asked without turning his head, a sneer full of sarcasm on his face. It was obvious that he had long been fed up with the greed of the nobles, as well as their endless arguments and wrangling. He had also hinted to the Association of Mages more than once in private to stay away from politics and devote their energy to magic research. "Haha, it seems a little too much for you to say that about Count George Mantell. Although he's a little too scheming, he's still a qualified ally. At least he'll lend a helping hand when a friend needs it, isn't that right?" Andrei didn't have any psychological barriers, casually using a half-joking tone to tease his ally. In his previous life, he'd seen too much deception in the fierce competition in society. Some of them were so vicious that it made one's hair stand on end. Old George's little tricks were nothing. Any businessman living in the 21st century would do worse than him. So-called allies were originally united for common interests. They would also fight for more benefits for themselves when conditions allowed it. If one couldn't even tolerate this, then one's life was destined to fail. Even if one temporarily achieved some results, they would soon be abandoned by their friends and family. Humans were a race that relied heavily on collective strength. They needed to gather a large number of people to continue their civilization and create miracles. And this process of gathering required those in power to learn how to share and compromise. Andrei was undoubtedly a qualified leader. He knew when to back down and when not to take a step back. However, President Boris obviously didn't quite agree with this attitude. He pursed his lips, revealing a mocking smile. "Ha ha ha ha. Ally? Don't make me laugh. Even a fool can see that those nobles have taken a fancy to your ability to turn stone into gold, as well as your increasingly powerful spellcasting ability. They want to use this opportunity to tie you to their chariot and establish their family's prosperity for the next few decades. As a senior mage, I have to remind you that it's best not to get too involved with them. Otherwise, when you come to your senses, you'll find that you've already sunk into a quagmire, and you'll no longer be able to maintain a pure heart that yearns for magic. You are very talented, you could even be said to be the most talented young mage I have ever seen, so you don't need to get entangled with those idiots." He put down all his worries and focused all his energy on arcane research. "I believe that in less than 30 years, you will become the most powerful mage in the entire South. At that time, you only need to give a hint, and those nobles will naturally be like dogs that have smelled meat, crazily wagging their tails to please you. Remember, powerful individual strength is the foundation of standing in this world. All other wealth, power, and beauty are all illusions to deceive the senses. They will make you mistakenly think that you are incomparably powerful, but when the real disaster is about to befall you, you will realize that these things are of no help at all. Hearing the solemn warning of the president, André immediately placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your reminder. Please rest assured, master, I will never forget who I am, and will never forget where my power comes from. However, you must understand that magic research requires large amounts of resources and wealth, and it also requires the support of worldly power. This is also why most mages prefer to join a certain country or organization. However, I feel that since we mages have such great power and superior intelligence, why don't we try to establish a huge commercial and political organization that is completely dominated by mages? With the current chaotic situation in the South, I believe that with the power of the Linton City Mage Association, it is definitely possible. You see, the conservative nobles have already chosen to form an alliance with me for their own benefit. Once they have tasted the benefits of controlling the transportation channels, they will quickly become my most loyal allies. Similarly, I can also use a similar method to bribe the rulers of other cities, and have them willingly join us one by one, creating an endless stream of wealth to provide sufficient funds for magic research. When more than half of the cities in the South are eager to become a member of this organization, we can take all the resources they have, including land, population, minerals, livestock, ships, and so on, and use the most reasonable method to integrate and distribute them, and establish a real country, just like the Kingdom of Gorals. Establish a kingdom of mages. President Boris raised his eyebrows in surprise. He obviously didn't expect that the young man in front of him would have such great ambitions, and actually wanted to control the entire South. André nodded indifferently. That's right. To be exact, it is a parliamentary country led by mages. If the situation permits, it can also be a kingdom, or even an empire. The reason why the ancient magic civilization was so glorious was because it ruled half of the Aurère's human population. Just as a famous scholar once said, only intelligent life forms are the carriers of civilization. Without sufficient population, it is impossible to form a real civilization, and even more impossible to surpass the glorious achievements of the ancient mages. President Boris fell into deep thought after hearing André's words. After a short few seconds, he raised his head and asked with an unusually serious expression, "Since you already have such an idea, then you must have a corresponding plan. Tell me, how many years do you plan to use to establish this so-called kingdom of mages?" "I will use Sardinia as a base, and slowly expand in the form of a trade union, with a cycle of 10 years. During this period, I will continuously cultivate mages, and when I have more than 1,000 official mages, I can officially initiate the merger. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 100 years. I am the Flaming Duke, and have a lifespan that humans can't reach. Time has never been a problem for me, and I have enough patience to wait. Of course, this won't be easy. No matter if it's the churches of the gods, or the organizations that want to protect their own interests, they won't just stand by and watch me grow. It will inevitably be accompanied by conflict, bloodshed, and even war. But no matter how much they struggle, no matter how much they resist, as long as they can't get rid of their dependence on maritime trade, they will never be able to win." Chapter 8:25. When André said this, he didn't use a loud voice, nor did he show any excitement or fanaticism. He was calm as if he was describing a fact that was about to happen, and not a huge plan that would take decades or centuries to complete. His naked declaration of ambition made Boris feel shocked and fearful from the bottom of his heart. As a great mage who had lived for hundreds of years, he never thought that the young mage who was humble in front of him a few months ago would become so confident and even have the means and power to stir up the situation. In fact, he didn't know that André's performance at this moment was the true self-release. Previously, it was just a disguise to protect himself when he was young, just like the skin of a chameleon. But out of caution, Boris didn't completely believe in this crazy plan. He stared at Andrei, trying to figure out what was true and what was false. But it was a pity that Andrei's expression didn't change at all, and he didn't make a single sound. The two of them stared at each other for a full 5 minutes. In the end, Boris gave up the intention to continue probing. He sighed slightly and advised with a heavy tone, "All right, it seems like you have a set of ideas that belong to you, and you have the ability to put them into action. But have you considered that such a move to rope in all the conservative nobles in Lincoln City will definitely not be able to hide it from the 4 dukes? They are the rulers of the city. Once they join in to seize power, what are you going to do? Are you going to fall out with them directly? Or are you already prepared for war and intend to catch them all in one fell swoop, and use force to seize the ruling power of the city? You have to know that I plan to completely disappear from everyone's sight after obtaining the method to prolong my life, so I won't be of any help to you. And what you will be facing is not only external pressure from the dukes, but also internal trouble from the association. Especially the small circle led by Gavin Lauren, who has always been in close contact with the radical nobles in private. Once I publicly announce that you are the successor of the next president, he will definitely start a rebellion. Now tell me, even in such a bad situation, do you still want to continue with the plan that may cause war?" There was no doubt that President Boris did not wish for unrest in Lincoln City, nor did he wish for the association to split up again. Looking at the old mage's wrinkled face, Andrei couldn't help but shake his head and say softly, "Master, I admit that what you said is very reasonable. Based on the current situation, it is indeed very disadvantageous for me. But you don't know that beneath these facades there's actually a huge conspiracy. It's enough to cause the order of the entire Lincoln City to collapse and cause rivers of blood to flow. Do you still remember the mastermind I mentioned to you before? Now that I know his true identity, I also know the strength he possesses. You might not believe it, but the power he controls is far beyond our imagination. Even if the dukes work together, they might not be a match for him. Do you know? The destruction of Linton's navy had been planned by him, and even the pirates of Baccaro and the Sardinian islands had to listen to his orders. I have to strengthen myself as soon as possible so that I have enough strength for the upcoming battle. Otherwise, the entire Lincoln City will be hopeless. As for Gavin Lauren and his followers, you don't have to worry. Once I'm done here, I'll go back and get rid of him completely, because he's already violated my taboo." As the last word left his mouth, a frightening cold light appeared in Andrei's eyes. There was no need to ask to know that he wanted to kill Leylin. How many forces did Loretta Botons control? Andrei might not be able to give a definite answer to this question, but what he already knew was enough to scare many people to death. Putting aside the killers, assassins, and intelligence personnel hidden in the shadows, just the army of monsters hidden in the forest was enough to cause uncontrollable panic in the surrounding areas. After all, no matter how weak the goblins and kobolds were, they were still an army of 100,000. What did it mean to have an army of 100,000 in Oriar? Based on the population of 100,000 and the hundreds of thousands in the surrounding areas, Lincoln City only had a few thousand city guards. Even if the navy was included, it wouldn't exceed 20,000. After all, this was already one of the largest cities in the south. Most of the earls in the interior could only deploy 1,000 to 2,000 professional soldiers. Tell me, who is this person? President Boris could clearly tell that Andrei wasn't joking, and immediately clenched his fists as he demanded. "I'm sorry, Master. I can't tell you his name yet, because we have an agreement between us. Before the battle officially begins, neither of us can reveal the other's identity, and we can't take the initiative to provoke each other. Otherwise, it'll be the signal for war. Also, it's best that you don't use powerful magic to solve the problem. His level as a wizard isn't much lower than yours, and might even be slightly higher. I'm telling you this not because I want you to do anything, but because I want you to understand that Linton City no longer needs me to intensify the conflict. It's already on the brink of destruction. What I need to do is to absorb as much nutrients as possible, that's all. Having said that, André turned his head and glanced at the soldiers who were ready to go, as well as the knights and nobles who were in charge of commanding them. In his eyes, these were the nutrients that needed to be absorbed. President Boris furrowed his brows. He obviously didn't believe that there was a wizard more powerful than him in Linton City. After a minute, he stroked the short beard on his chin and asked with a serious expression, "How do you know that his spellcasting ability is stronger than mine?" It's just a feeling. It's hard to describe with words. However, he's admitted himself that he's a level 15 enchantment wizard. I believe you should know very well how terrifying an enchantment wizard is, right? André replied with a smile. A level 15 enchantment wizard? How could there be such a powerful wizard hidden in Linton City? Boris exclaimed in disbelief, attracting many curious gazes. They wanted to know what had happened to make this great wizard lose his composure. André sighed noncommittally and explained in a low voice, "Master, you have to understand that there are many secrets hidden in this world. Moreover, wizards aren't as weak as they seem on the surface. The legacy of the ancient magic civilization has never been cut off. It's just that it's become more hidden." Chapter 8:26. The inheritance of the ancient magic civilization has never been lost? Boris's eyes glowed as he sized up André. He seemed to have realized something. With his level of intelligence, he naturally wouldn't believe that such words could be said so casually. There must be a huge secret hidden within. Especially since André's level had risen so quickly, and he could occasionally bring out many long-lost magic and potion formulas, and even methods to extend one's lifespan. Anyone would be suspicious, let alone a great mage who often participated in politics and schemed against the nobles. However, Boris had long trained his patience to a level that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. Therefore, he had never made any probing move. He selectively turned a blind eye to the good things that made countless members of the association green with envy and go crazy. He even pretended not to hear the hints from several senior members. The reason was simple. On one hand, he didn't want to lose the method to extend one's lifespan for no reason. On the other hand, he didn't have the confidence to deal with the power behind André. But now he had a premonition that it was about time to lay all his cards on the table. He became abnormally serious, and every muscle in his body tensed up subconsciously as if he was preparing for a battle. André's reaction was the opposite. He still had a faint smile on his face as he said, "That's right, the inheritance of the ancient magic civilization has never been lost, although I can't prove this to you for the time being. Relax, Master, I'm not your enemy. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. There's no conflict of interest between us, nor is there any entanglement of interests. We've just made a deal, and each of us got what we needed. Of course, the mastermind behind the scenes isn't your enemy either. As long as you give up the power in your hands and leave Linton City, I guarantee that he won't take the initiative to find trouble with you. To a certain extent, the area around Linton City, and even the entire Southern Sea, is now our battlefield. No matter who gets involved, don't think of remaining neutral. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, I think I understand." Boris took a deep breath and nodded thoughtfully. "You two are the heirs of the ancient magic civilization, and this competition is some kind of qualification test or trial. Whoever wins will get more resources, right?" "Yes, although there are some discrepancies in the details, the general direction is completely correct. As you can see, this is a contest that adheres to the ancient traditions of the mages. It is a clash of wits. Be it me or the mastermind behind the scenes, none of us have the right to choose or reject, because there is a greater power that restricts our actions." André had no intention of denying it and admitted it openly. As the owner of the Arcane Eye, he had every right to call himself the inheritor of the ancient magic civilization. As for Loretta Botons, he was the old Lich's official apprentice. What he learned was the crystallization of the ancient magic civilization's knowledge. Naturally, he had the same right. Andrei still couldn't understand the purpose of the old Lich's arrangement. Even an emergency like the sudden awakening of the mystical I couldn't change his original intentions. However, there was one thing he was very clear about. Before he became a true chess player, it was best to obey the old Lich's arrangements and accept his kindness and protection. Otherwise, he might have to face the terrifying gods directly. With Andrei's intelligence, he didn't believe that the gods who had destroyed the ancient magic civilization with their own hands would allow him, the owner of the mystical eye, to stay in the material world and slowly grow stronger. Once his identity was exposed, what awaited him would be a storm of attacks. Most of the time, power was the foundation of everything. The so-called ethics and laws were nothing more than a piece of paper used to clean up one's mess. When needed, it would be used to fool the ordinary people, and then thrown aside after it was used. It had always been like this since ancient times. Boris furrowed his brows and glared with his sharp eyes. He lowered his voice and asked, "Why are you telling me this? What is your purpose? Or rather, what do you want from me?" Andrei leaned forward slightly and whispered into the old mage's ear, "It's very simple. I hope to receive your help. Not now, but after you have gained a long lifespan. Help? What kind of help?" Boris continued to probe without batting an eyelid. He appeared to be very cautious, as if he didn't want to be involved in this dangerous game. Andrei had already expected the president's cautious attitude. He smiled and explained, "I won't hide it from you. As far as the current situation is concerned, I'm at a great disadvantage. So I especially need the strength of the Association of Mages. The Association of Mages happens to be under your control. I hope that after you return to Linton City, you can try your best to persuade the senior members to support me, or choose to remain neutral. This way, I can deal with Gavin Lauren with ease. I believe you should be very clear about what he has done behind the scenes. I have every reason to start a war of revenge, don't I?" When Boris heard this word, an expression of sudden realization appeared on his face. He then muttered to himself, "Revenge? I see. Zebulon is Gavin Lauren's apprentice, and also the son of the Blood Marquis, Kyrgyz. Now that their fleet has attacked you, you have every reason to take them to the council and apply for arbitration. If you're not satisfied with the outcome of the arbitration, you can start a duel, or even a private war. This is the perfect excuse to start a war." You're right. This is the perfect excuse to start a war. I plan to use this opportunity to completely resolve the internal conflict in the Association of Mages. I wonder if you're willing to support me?" At this point, there was no need for Andrei to continue hiding anything. He directly made his request. As his understanding of arcane magic deepened, he increasingly understood the importance of the Association of Mages. To put it bluntly, as long as he controlled the Wizard Tower in Linton City and dozens of official mages, he would be able to monitor every movement in the city. He wouldn't have to fear the army of 100,000 monsters hidden in the border forest. President Boris's expression was very solemn. He was hesitating. He was hesitating whether he should agree to use violent means to kill Gavin Lauren. This was because it was very likely to cause the association to develop from a loose organization of spellcasters to a semi-military organization. In the future, they would no longer abide by traditions and rules. Whoever had the bigger fist would have the right. Obviously, this seriously went against the original intention of the Association of Mages. Therefore, he needed to carefully consider before giving an answer. Chapter 8:27. Andrei stood motionless in the sultry and salty sea breeze of the night, silently watching the troops leave the docks and head for the castle at the highest point of the city under Teresa's lead. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, nor did he urge President Boris, who was deep in thought, because he believed that this wise great mage would make the right choice. Under the illumination of the moonlight, a total of more than 1,600 soldiers, except for a small portion who stayed behind to guard the ships, all left for the upper city. Accompanying them were more than 20 heavy bronze cannons and a large amount of ammunition. More than 50 carriages and ox carts were loaded. At a glance, it was a majestic sight. In terms of direct combat ability, with Valen City's current state, there was no force that could stop them from advancing. Even delaying them for a bit was an extravagant hope. Due to the immense destructive power of the cannons, even if someone wanted to rely on the terrain and buildings to fight in the streets, they would be blasted to pieces in an instant. The Sardinia Islands that had lost the protection of the pirate fleet were like a coconut that had been stripped of its shell, revealing the delicious coconut juice inside and the tender and smooth coconut meat, after who knew how long, perhaps a few minutes, perhaps half an hour, all in all. It wasn't until the last carriage loaded with gunpowder and cannonballs disappeared at the end of the street that President Boris sighed and said in a helpless tone, "All right, I can help you. But you have to guarantee that the scope of your revenge will be limited to Gavin Lauren and his close associate. You can't use this as an excuse to start a purge. There aren't many official members of the Mage Association to begin with, and every one of them is very precious. I don't want to see a bloodbath before I leave." "Of course, no problem, I can swear on it," Andre agreed without hesitation. In truth, he didn't have any prejudice against battle mages. He even hoped that there would be as many people in the Mage Association who were inclined towards fighting. That way, he could use this as a framework to build a true battle mage corps. As the name implied, a mage corps was a combat group built by official mages. They were capable of casting large-scale catastrophic spells or magic rituals. In a war between countries, a mage corps was the strongest deterrent force. Generally speaking, as long as the mage squad did not suffer any serious injuries, it did not matter even if all the ordinary soldiers died. After all, they could recruit a new batch in a few years. As for the mage corps, it was the opposite. Every mage corps would take hundreds or even thousands of years to establish. It would take a lot of time to nurture loyal mages, and then gather them together for a long period of time. If more than a third of the mage corps died, it was very likely that the entire mage corps would collapse. There was no doubt that the Linton City Mages Guild already had the beginnings of a mage group. All they needed was a strong president to unite them. Although their numbers were still a little low, with the power of the Wizard Tower and the large number of apprentices who could use magic scrolls and wands, it would be no problem for them to crush these independent city-states in the south. After all, the royal mages of the Canteru Kingdom in the north only had a little over 100 people. However, they had been able to suppress the orcs during their large-scale invasions. Every time they cast spells together, they would cause tens of thousands of casualties. They were far more terrifying than the Knights' collective charge. Andre wanted to monopolize the sea transportation in the south, so he needed a strong deterrent force. The Mage Corps happened to be one of the most ideal choices. Furthermore, the Mage Corps could not only be used in war, but could also produce large amounts of magic potions, scrolls, and items. They could also conduct all sorts of research and experiments, slowly expanding the number of apprentices and official mages. It was like killing multiple birds with one stone. Of course, it was not easy to achieve this. The first thing he had to deal with was this great mage who specialized in the transmutation element. Boris was acutely aware of Andre's intentions. He subconsciously frowned and asked, "Tell me, if you take over the Mage Association, what changes do you plan to make? Don't say that I didn't warn you. The few old fellows with the highest level of mages are 100% academic. They will not allow you to change the rules without permission." Master, you worry too much. I have never liked to force others. I prefer to pursue freedom of choice. If I become the chairman of the Mage Association, the first thing I will do is to split up all the official members. Those who like to stay in the tower for research will focus on their research, and those who like to fight will fight full-time. After all, a person's energy is limited. Usually, it is difficult to take care of too many things at the same time. Instead of knowing a little about everything, it is better to reach the pinnacle of one aspect. At that time, the academics will be in charge of the research, and the combat mages will be in charge of the protection. No one will complain or be dissatisfied. I believe that under this model, the Mage Association will develop rapidly. Especially since I recently found a mage from the Kingdom of Gorals. He has a lot of unique views on training apprentices. How is it? Are you satisfied with my answer? Without holding anything back, Andre directly revealed his plans for the Mage Association in Linton City. From his point of view, these conditions were generous enough. If there were still people who were not satisfied, then they could not blame him for using extreme measures. Freedom of choice? Sounds good. There shouldn't be too many objections. Boris stroked the short beard on his chin and nodded lightly. Seeing that the chairman had accepted his plan, Andre immediately laughed and said, "Master, let's leave this topic for today. After all, there is still a long time before it is implemented. We have enough time to slowly perfect it. Come, I invite you to take a look at the wizard tower below us. There are many things you are interested in there." Ha 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 ha. You are right. There is no need to rush this matter. Lead the way. I can't wait to see the living vampire and the magic information stolen from the association years ago. After saying that, Boris relaxed the tense muscles all over his body and stretched out his hands that were hidden under his loose robe. To him, as long as Andre did not shake the foundation of the Mage Association in Linton City, everything else was negotiable. After all, he had poured his heart and blood into this spellcasters' organization for decades. He already had very deep feelings for it, and did not want it to fall apart after he left. Andre also understood this point, so he very cleverly came up with a compromise that both parties could accept. With this, the biggest obstacle between the two of them would completely disappear. There were only some unimportant details that could be put aside for the time being, and slowly discussed when they returned. Chapter 828. Just as Andre was taking President Boris on a tour of the underground wizard tower, Count George Mantell, the leader of the conservative faction of nobles, was leading a group of fully armed soldiers through the main road of Valen City. He was obviously very interested in this city of pirates, constantly looking to the sides along the way. The lower city district, which was built with abandoned ships, gave off an incomparably strange and wondrous feeling. Even the knowledgeable nobles couldn't help but secretly sigh at the creativity of the pirates. However, this peaceful scene didn't last long, and was quickly broken by the occasional arrow shot from the shadows. No one knew if it was the actions of individuals, or if it was some reckless gang members who wanted to test the strength of these outsiders, but they hid in the dark alleys and launched sneak attacks. In a short 200 meters, more than 20 unlucky fellows fell to the ground with a plop and let out heart-wrenching screams. Damn it! These despicable scum. Pigs. They have no sense of honor at all. A young knight, who'd blocked 3 arrows in a row, finally couldn't take it anymore and started cursing through gritted teeth. He'd obviously never felt so sullen before. He couldn't confirm the enemy's location, nor could he conduct a large-scale search. A slightly older middle-aged knight next to him sighed helplessly and comforted him. "All right, bear with it for a bit longer. We'll turn around and take care of these annoying rats after we occupy the highest castle. Don't forget, they're not knights, nor are they nobles. They're just a bunch of hoodlums and scoundrels living in the shadows. How could they have any sense of honor? You're still young and haven't participated in a pirate encirclement campaign. You'll know when you do. These fellows will stop at nothing in order to obtain victory. I swear on my honor, I'll make these bastards pay the price." The young knight gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and glared fiercely at the pitch-black alleyway. In the end, he resisted the urge to grab the ambushers and chop them into 8 pieces. After all, while sneak attacks were effective against ordinary soldiers, they posed little threat to knights. Unless they used truly powerful bows and crossbows, the knights could even catch the arrows flying at them. The sneak attack continued for an entire journey. Although the damage caused was limited, it dealt a significant blow to morale. It also made the arrogant nobles feel the strong xenophobic and rebellious spirit of this city. In particular, old George, who'd almost been shot in the left eye, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and completely abandoned his original plan of pillaging. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of terrifying dangers lay in those narrow alleyways. Although 1,000 soldiers wasn't a small number, it was nothing compared to a city of tens of thousands of people. Moreover, this city was so chaotic, so the nobles decisively chose to ignore the sporadic disturbances. Not long after, they passed through the opening in the energy wall and officially stepped into the corpse-strewn upper city district. After a few hours of fierce fighting, the Ratmen and the Underground Guild had left a large number of corpses in the streets and alleyways. Coupled with the stuffy and hot weather, many of the corpses had already begun to rot. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and the stench of corpses. Old George had never seen such a tragic scene. He hurriedly took out a handkerchief that he carried with him and covered his mouth and nose. He resisted the urge to vomit and said to the knight beside him, "It seems that I've underestimated these gang members. They may be a motley crew, but they are definitely the most dangerous motley crew. Their ferocity is far beyond our imagination. Pass down my order. Get everyone into a state of combat readiness." "Understood." The knight patted his chest with a solemn expression and turned to pass down the order to the other knights and nobles in charge of commanding. It should be noted that this was a noble alliance army. According to the most basic characteristic of the feudal system, even the king could not directly mobilize a noble's private army, not to mention that old George was just a camp leader. He had to convey his intentions to every noble first. Then, the noble would pass down the order to the knights and soldiers under him. It may sound cumbersome and troublesome, but this was the cornerstone of the feudal system. No one dared to violate it easily. Otherwise, they would face the hostility and siege of the entire noble class. As the order was passed down, more than 1,000 people quickly dispersed. They formed more than a dozen small square formations with 100 people as a unit. They placed the vehicles in the center and moved forward slowly. Fortunately, the roads in the upper city were relatively spacious. The buildings on both sides of the road were also very sparse. They were either luxurious manors, villas, or beautiful two-story wooden buildings. Otherwise, they would never be spread out. Such a large formation naturally couldn't be hidden from the spies hidden in the dark. In less than 5 minutes, this information was placed in front of the leaders of both sides. The Underground Guild didn't hesitate at all. They immediately recalled all their members and curled up in the stronghold. They carefully observed the movements of this unfamiliar army. As for the Ratmen, who were completely dominated by hatred and bloodthirst, they didn't care about anything at all. They directly attacked the noble allied army. In their opinion, as long as it wasn't their own people, it must be an enemy. If it was an enemy, it must be destroyed. It had to be said that Greater Rat, Pierre, made a very stupid choice. He directly pushed the remaining rat men into the abyss of destruction. Oh my God! Are these guys crazy? Old George watched helplessly as groups of rat men emerged from all directions and charged straight at the infantry formation. He fell into a daze as if he could not believe what he was seeing. It wasn't just him. The rest of the nobles, knights, and even soldiers were all shocked by the craziness of the ratmen. After all, even the knights didn't dare to rashly attack the well-disciplined infantry. However, these ratmen in ragged clothes and short weapons overcame the fear of death. Even in the face of the dense arrows, they still didn't retreat a single step. Spears. Prepare the spear formation. A knight in charge of commanding shouted loudly at the soldiers beside him with a slightly trembling voice. He woke them up from their shock, and quickly formed a dense forest of spears. Swordsmen! Heavy-armored swordsmen! Protect the flanks! No matter what, we can't let these beasts break the formation. Archers, fire at will! Pay attention to protect the convoy. After a short silence, the well-trained command system finally began to operate. In just a few minutes, the noble Allied army had established a defense system. Countless ratmen were nailed to death by the arrows on the way forward. Some who rushed closer were skewered into meat skewers by the 5-meter-long spears. Those who were lucky enough to pass through the forest of spears were split into two by the heavy-armored swordsmen. Blood and corpses quickly piled up everywhere. It was like purgatory. Chapter 829. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary army in the era of cold weapons would be completely crippled once the casualty rate exceeded 30%. Even the elites would not be able to withstand 50% of the casualty rate without collapsing. Of course, this was under the assumption that there was no supernatural interference, or that their emotions were not in an agitated state. However, the ratmen who had fallen into madness completely defied common sense. They ignored the deaths of their companions, and ignored the screams and wails in their ears. They advanced dauntlessly, wave after wave, without any hesitation. Their eyes had completely lost their humanity, leaving only the purest of wildness and bestiality. From a certain perspective, they could no longer be considered humans, but beastly monsters. They had no trace of rationality, and it was hard to say if they even had the ability to think. With such a continuous, frenzied charge, even the sturdiest formation would inevitably show signs of wavering. Moreover, the ratman's fur itself was a natural armor. Arrows without enough strength would find it difficult to pierce their skin and injure their internal organs. Their claws and teeth were also terrifying weapons. In just a few minutes, the entire defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Many soldiers were pressed to the ground by the enemies who had pounced on them, their throats bitten out. André, who was far away in the central control room of the Wizard Tower, saw this scene and chuckled softly to the chairman beside him. "I think my dear Count Mantel has now realized how wrong he was, hasn't he? Humph. A bunch of idiots who think they're infallible. They don't understand the terror of war-creatures at all. They actually dared to approach the gathering place of the ratmen without even bringing belladonna. I really don't know if they're extremely daring, or if they're just ignorant and fearless." Boris's tone was full of contempt and sarcasm, not hiding his disgust for the nobles of Linton City. As for the belladonna he mentioned, it was actually a perennial herb that contained fatal poison. About 4 or 5 of its fruits were enough to kill an adult. However, it was this dangerous plant that was the only antidote for the disease. As long as a small amount of belladonna was consumed within 24 hours of infection, the virus in the body would be killed and the mutation prevented. Unfortunately, this was a very unpopular knowledge, and very few people knew about it. André had already expected the president's attitude. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Master, you can't use the standard of a mage to judge those ordinary people. Moreover, it doesn't matter if my allies are stupid or not. What's important is that I can use this opportunity to show my power and let them know who is the leader. That's enough." Having said that, he turned around and instructed the bald mage who was waiting by the side. "Angus, give our allies some magical aid. They must be in dire need of it now. I personally liked fire, so I used fire to calm these crazy mice down. Also, make sure to control the area. Don't let the fire get close to the truck. It's loaded with flammable and explosive items." "As you wish, esteemed Tower Master." Angus placed one hand on his chest and bowed slightly. He immediately raised his hand to signal the other mages to get ready. After a few seconds, they began to loudly chant spells and mobilize the energy of the mage tower. In the blink of an eye, a huge and complicated spell structure was vaguely formed. Boris observed silently for a while and nodded thoughtfully. He commented, "His control is average, but he has rich experience in hosting magic ceremonies. It's rare that he can take care of the level of every participant. It seems that you've found an excellent assistant. Andre was quite proud of the fact that he had subdued the bald sorcerer. He added with a smile, Angus is indeed an excellent sorcerer who specializes in spells. Also, he comes from the Magic Kingdom, Gorls. He is particularly good at managing and training apprentices. I've already entrusted the daily affairs of the entire Sorcerer Tower to him. You trust him that much? Boris raised his eyebrows in surprise. He could not believe that Andre would so easily accept a stranger whom he had only known for a few days as his trusted subordinate. No, master, I don't trust him at all. I even sent someone to spy on him secretly. Andre glanced at Angus, who had entered a focused state of spellcasting, and spoke his mind in a low voice. Boris subconsciously frowned and asked, You don't trust him? If you don't trust him, why did you give him so much power? Andre stretched out 2 fingers and explained, I did this based on 2 points. First, he swore an oath of loyalty in the name of the arcane mage. Second, he has outstanding talent. The fundamental principle I follow when it comes to using people is to look at talent first, and then consider loyalty. Generally speaking, as long as the situation is still under control, I won't interfere easily. Before he could finish his last few words, the magic ceremony hosted by Angus finally came to an end. The surging fire elemental energy gathered in large amounts in the air. It was so thick that one could even feel the heat waves that were rushing towards them. Without any hesitation, he directly channeled this energy to the top of the Mage Tower, and then launched it into the sky. In an instant, dozens of huge orange-red fireballs suddenly appeared in the dark sky. They were like meteors falling at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, they exploded on top of the rat men's heads. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a violent loud noise, the deadly flames engulfed an area of dozens of meters. All the rat men that were caught in it were either completely charred corpses or blown into a pile of black flesh. It was a horrifying sight. The fur that had protected them just now had now become a curse that killed them. No matter how hard they tried to put out the fire, or rolled on the ground for their lives, it was all to no avail. In a situation where there was sufficient oxygen, the thick fur became a kind of combustion accelerant. When the smoke of the explosion dissipated, there were only a few rat men left. Even the survivors were injured. The smell of burnt flesh and the smell of meat that assailed their nostrils was simply nauseating. Old George looked at everything in front of him and did not make a sound for a full 5 minutes. A knight beside him was really impatient and hurriedly whispered to remind him, Sir, the threat of the rat men has basically disappeared. Do you think we should continue moving forward? Is this the power of magic? It's really terrifying. Old George took a deep breath and muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Then, he immediately replied, Of course. The original plan remains unchanged. Everyone immediately set off for the highest point of the fortress. Tell everyone to be careful. What awaits us next is no longer a motley crew, but equally well-trained and unusually fierce pirates. Although he knew that after a fierce battle, the soldiers were already a little tired, but the fortress at the commanding height had to be captured as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the other party reacted, it would be troublesome. Chapter 830. A battle full of fortuitous encounters came and went quickly. With the timely support of the Wizard Tower, the crazed rat men were eliminated before they could even display their advantages. Apart from a few lucky ones who managed to escape, the rest were all buried here. The injured were cruelly dealt the finishing blow. In a short dozen minutes of fighting, hundreds of mutilated corpses were created. Large amounts of blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the surrounding buildings and streets black and red. It was slippery and sticky when stepped on, making people feel nauseous. This was war. Cruel war. The most violent, most direct, and most effective way for humans to resolve conflict. There was neither so-called justice nor evil, nor was there a blood-boiling scene like in the stories of bards. There was only efficient slaughter, completely obliterating the conflicting parties from body to spirit. This way, the victorious party would be able to control everything. After the cruel slaughter, the hidden threat of the rat men in Valen City was completely eradicated. Although there were still many young ones left, they were already under Andre's control and posed no threat at all. Similarly, the Allied noble army on the other side of the battle had also suffered significant losses. Over 100 elite soldiers had been brutally dismembered, and over 50 had been affected by the explosion of the fireballs, dying on the spot. Around 200 had been injured. In particular, those who had been scratched and bitten by the rat men had no idea that the terrifying bestial virus had already circulated throughout their bodies through their blood. If they didn't receive timely treatment, they would become one of the rat men permanently after 24 hours. Unfortunately, old George wasn't in the mood to care about the injured. He was more concerned about whether the battle had alarmed the pirates in the castle. One had to know that there was only a narrow path that could fit 4 people side by side from the upper city to the highest castle. Once it was sealed, it didn't matter how many people there were. The only thing he could hope for was for Teresa and her assassins to quietly take care of the sentry towers along the way before the enemy discovered them. Although old George had many common flaws of the noble class, such as looking down on sneaky thieves, he couldn't care less now. Without any hesitation, he walked in front of Teresa and requested in an unusually serious tone, "Madam, I think it's time for you to play your role. Before the army approaches the intersection, please be sure to clean up all the pirates on guard along the way. If any accident occurs, it may directly lead to the failure of the attack, so you and your men had better be careful." "No problem. It's just a small problem. I'll solve it soon." Teresa smiled and agreed without hesitation. She had always been shrewd, so she had already noticed old George's attitude, but she didn't flare up immediately. This was because she knew how important this operation was. She also knew that if the plan to capture the castle was aborted because of her, then the punishment that could come at any time would definitely be 10 times more terrifying than death. "Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you." Old George bowed slightly in a very gentlemanly manner, meticulously displaying the courtesy unique to aristocrats, which could also be said to be hypocritical. She sneered inwardly. She covered her face with a veil and gestured to her subordinate elite assassins. Then, she quickly disappeared into the darkness using the light and blind spots. Relying on the information collected over the decades, she easily found a place to climb on both sides of the cliff, and then used her self-made tools to quietly approach a patrol team of 6 people. There was no need for communication at all. Each assassin automatically chose their target, covered the victim's mouth almost at the same time, and stabbed a fatal dagger into the back of the other party's head. The pitiful pirates didn't even see who killed them, and they didn't even make the slightest sound. After dealing with the patrol team, Teresa immediately raised her arms and pointed at the 5 sentry towers on the path that they had to pass through. Her eyes revealed a cold and cruel light. At the same time, she stretched out her thumb and gently drew a line across her neck. The elite assassins instantly understood and nodded vigorously. They formed groups of 3 and ran to different sentry towers. After only 10 minutes or so, the torches used for illumination on the 5 sentry towers were all extinguished, which meant that the pirates left behind were all dead. The road to the castle had been opened, and the next stage was a frontal assault. The more than 500 pirates left behind in the castle had no idea that their lives were counting down. The sturdy walls and gates that they were proud of could not withstand the tremendous power of the 24-pounder cannon. "What? You said all the sentry towers have been dealt with? So fast?" When old George received the news, he was completely dumbfounded. Even his voice was unconsciously trembling. There was no doubt that he had a great fear of the woman in front of him who did not look strong, especially her sneaking and assassination ability. Anyone with a sense of crisis would subconsciously have a strong defensive mentality. Teresa was obviously very satisfied with old George's expression at the moment. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she teased in a playful tone, "Of course, my dear aristocrat. Assassination, infiltration, and destruction are our specialties. Whether it's a heavily guarded castle or a heavily guarded manor, they can't stop a real assassin. As long as the master gives the order, even the king will find it difficult to see the sun rise the next day. Now that my mission is complete, it's your turn. Don't let the master down." As the last word fell, she pretended to blink her eyes playfully, and immediately led her men into stealth mode again, leaving old George hanging in place. Obviously, this was a naked humiliation and demonstration. If it were some relatively conservative kingdom in the north, it might even lead to a duel and war. The knight waiting at the side was obviously burning with anger. He clenched his fists and suggested in a low voice, "Earl, that damned woman is so rude. Aren't you going to do something about it?" "Do something? Tell me, what are you planning to do?" The cunning George Mantle glanced at his loyal vassal and asked without batting an eyelid. "Teach her a lesson. Let her understand that the dignity and glory of nobles cannot be violated." The knight raised his iron-gloved right hand, showing his determination to defend his honor. Unfortunately, old George did not seem to have such plans. He sighed slightly and said, "Forget it. She's André's subordinate. We don't have the qualifications." Chapter 831. In fact, it was not that old George did not want to teach Teresa a lesson, but that he could not and did not dare to. Ever since he saw the huge fireball falling from the sky, he had completely given up the idea of fighting for a leading position in this alliance. André's strength had expanded too quickly, far beyond everyone's expectations. He had upgraded from a wolf cub with great potential to a terrifying predator like a lion and a tiger. Especially the destructive power of magic. Anyone who had experienced it would inevitably be traumatized, fearing that a similar situation would happen to them one day. Coupled with the assassination ability shown by Teresa and her elite assassins, any clear-headed and calm noble would choose to exercise restraint as much as possible. Otherwise, once a conflict broke out, they would be the unlucky ones. George Mantell had been in the noble circle for decades. He no longer cared about honor or dignity like young people, and even paid the price with his life for it. Moreover, Teresa was not someone who could be taught a lesson. Just finding her in the dark was difficult. The knight was obviously unwilling to give up. He asked indignantly, "Are we just going to let it go? You are the leader of one of the two noble factions in Lincoln City. If other allies see this, how can you convince them in the future?" "Leader? Convince them?" A faint self-deprecating smile appeared on old George's face, and he laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Well, dear Wilson, don't worry. It won't be long before I am no longer the leader of the conservative nobles, because a new candidate is already in the pipeline. Can't you see it? André intends to push Countess Anastasia to the forefront as his spokesperson, and he has the ability to satisfy everyone's interests. Let a young, strong, ambitious, powerful, capable, and potential leader replace an old, conservative, and slightly weak leader. I think no one will object, right? The so-called noble leader is actually not as glorious as it looks on the surface. Not only do they have to confront the enemy head-on, but they also have to mediate and ease internal disputes and contradictions so that every noble in the alliance can benefit. I have been in this position for 10 years. Although I have gained a lot of benefits, I have also consumed a lot of energy. It's time to retire and rest, and cultivate a qualified successor for the Mantell family. It had to be said that old George was indeed a rare wise man in the aristocratic circle. He had a clear position about the change in his position from the beginning to the end. When he met André for the first time at the auction, he defined himself as a powerful partner. At that time, although André was already quite famous, His foundation was very weak and could not be compared with the huge forces of the conservative nobles. However, this situation did not last for too long. After the second meeting, things changed. After tasting the rich returns of the salt trade, all the nobles involved went crazy over the terrifying profit. From this moment on, he finally saw André as an ally who was on equal footing with him. After all, Linton City was a trading city-state based on commerce. As long as one had enough gold coins, they could obtain everything they desired, including fame, social status, luxurious material comforts, young and beautiful women or men. They could also raise a large private army, recruit high-ranked professionals, and even hire mages to serve them. This was also why when the conservative nobles learned that André needed help, they didn't hesitate and immediately dispatched elite soldiers and knights to support him. There was no other reason, only benefits. In their eyes, André was a goose that could lay golden eggs. No matter what, nothing should happen to him. As for the third meeting, old George was surprised to find that André was not from the same world as himself. The other party had been promoted to a superior at the level of President Boris and the four dukes. He had also quietly gained a group of outstanding subordinates. Old George's response to such a dangerous person had always been to give in, compromise, and try not to have a direct confrontation. After all, there was no hatred between the two of them, nor was there a conflict of interest. Therefore, giving up the leadership position was an inevitable choice. The knight called Wilson looked into his monarch's eyes. After a full minute, he shook his head helplessly. "All right, Count, I respect your choice. However, please remember that you are a count, and the Mantell family is an ancient family with a history of 600 years. Sometimes you have to stand up and protect their honor. Blindly shrinking back will only make people feel that you are weak and can be bullied." "I know, of course I know, but not now, and not in this sensitive period." Old George narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Just as the two of them were talking, the allied noble army finally passed through the narrow path slowly and arrived in front of the castle at the top of the cliff. This was a classic medieval-style castle built to withstand fierce attacks. The entire body was piled up with the hardest rocks. Just the outer walls alone had as many as 4 layers. The shortest part was more than 10 meters high. 6 towering arrow towers were distributed around the castle, ensuring that every corner was within the range of long-range weapons. No matter which angle the enemy attacked from, they would be attacked by at least 3 arrow towers. To a certain extent, this was a castle that was basically impossible to conquer. Whether it was catapults or ballistas, it was difficult to cause too much damage to the hard rock. Not to mention climbing the walls directly. At least 5,000 bodies would be left behind just to occupy the 4 layers of outer walls. Staring at the majestic castle in front of him, Knight Wilson immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. "Hiss! Are you sure we can conquer it?" Old George smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, we have to conquer it. Let's hope that the things on the carriages behind are as powerful as what André promised. Otherwise, we can only slowly besiege it and wait for the pirates inside to run out of food and water. Go and pass the order. Let the people on the Eye of Arcane start attacking the city gate." "As you wish." Wilson gently thumped his chest and turned to walk towards the convoy. He had to find Bartholomew in the crowd first. Other than this experienced old captain, no one else could understand how to use the cannons, let alone unleash the full power of the cannons. In fact, as a knight who was influenced by traditional education, he was more willing to use the giant catapults to bombard the arrow towers and the city wall, and then use the cover of the arrows to attack the city wall. This was because this was the mode of war that he was familiar with, instead of putting all his trust in those metal lumps made of bronze. Chapter 832. An army of more than 100 men could not be as silent as bandits. Even if they were disciplined and did not make a sound from beginning to end, they were deep in the darkness and did not light any torches. However, with the help of the bright moonlight, A pirate standing guard on the Archer Tower discovered the invaders gathered in front of the fortress and immediately rang the alarm bell without hesitation. Clang! 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 Warning! Warning! A large number of invaders have appeared in front of the fortress. Warning! Warning! Accompanied by a short and harsh sound of metal clashing, his voice quickly spread to every corner of the fortress. Even the dark basement was no exception. In just a few seconds, the pirates who had been stationed here for a long time woke up from their sleep, making a lot of noise and cursing while gnashing their teeth. They quickly put on their clothes and armor and walked up the fortress wall with their weapons. In less than 10 minutes, the entire fortress was brightly lit from top to bottom. Even from a distance, one could see the crowd above. Sharp weapons reflected a few cold glints from time to time. There was no need to ask to know that the pirates had been completely awakened and were ready for battle. Even a few cauldrons filled with oil were filled with firewood, and they began to prepare to defend in an orderly manner. It had to be said that even though this fortress had not experienced a real war since it was built, it still maintained a considerable degree of vigilance, especially the ballistas set up at high places. Just looking at them made the attackers tremble in fear. Just as Bartholomew was busy setting up the ballistas, a young noble of 24 or 25 years old found old George. He did not beat around the bush and directly said, "Your Excellency, don't you think that before the war officially starts, we should show our noble demeanor and send the other party a letter of challenge and give them a chance to put down their weapons and surrender?" Letter of challenge? Surrender? Old George widened his eyes and stared at the other party in disbelief. He almost pointed at his nose and shouted, "Are you an idiot?" However, the young noble did not seem to have any self-awareness and still proudly explained, "That's right. If we don't abide by the ancient war etiquette, we will definitely be mocked by the other nobles. Once we are labeled as barbaric and vulgar." Before he could finish speaking, old George could no longer bear it and interrupted, "I'm sorry, Baron Herman, I can't satisfy your request. Because the enemy we're facing is a group of pirates who commit all sorts of crimes, and they're also the archenemies of Lincoln City. They won't accept your challenge, nor will they surrender to us. So, I order you to return to your post and wait for orders to attack." "No. You can't do that. Our reputation will be ruined." The young man called Baron Herman's face flushed red, obviously a little angry. "I don't care about reputation or not. I only know that if you send an emissary, then the emissary's head to use as a tool to humiliate us. Now go back and wait for your orders. If you are dissatisfied, you can complain to your father when you go back." Old George did not give any face to the young man in front of him and scolded him in front of countless soldiers. After all, the war was imminent. He did not want to damage the already low morale because of one or two hot-headed idiots. In the era of cold weapons, morale was the most important factor that determined victory or defeat. An army with high morale could defeat an enemy 10 times their number, while an army with low morale would fall into internal strife even before the enemy launched an attack. Baron Herman's eyes quickly became bloodshot. He glared at old George angrily, feeling that he was treated unfairly. However, he knew that he could not disobey the military order at the moment. So, he turned around and left without saying a word. He was not even willing to say a word of greeting. Just as he left, Knight Wilson returned safely. He asked curiously, "Count, what happened? Baron Herman seems to be very unhappy. Did you have an argument?" Old George shook his head in disdain. "No, I only taught that self-righteous idiot a lesson. He actually wanted to send an emissary to the pirates to hand over a letter of challenge and ask them to lay down their weapons and surrender." "What? Is he crazy?" A surprised expression appeared on Wilson's face. At the same time, he turned around and glanced at the young noble who disappeared into the crowd. "Not to the extent of being crazy. In my opinion, it's just that he's heard too many bard stories and can't think straight. If it's a war with the enemies of the civilized world, I'm naturally willing to abide by the ancient rules of war. But pirates, forget it. They even kill the old and the young. They've long lost their humanity. Oh, right, how are the preparations for those metal lumps? When can we start the attack? As he spoke, old George cast his gaze at the busy figures not far away. The crew on the Eye of Arcane lifted the bronze cannons together with the sports car from the cart and fixed them on the relatively flat ground. Then, they carefully calibrated the height of the cannons. More than 20 heavy cannons were lined up in a row. The black muzzles were aimed at the main entrance of the castle. Dozens of experienced gunners quickly filled the gunpowder and stuffed the heavy projectiles into the cannonballs. Finally, they plugged in the fuse and waited quietly for the order to fire. It had to be said that after countless naval battles, they had grasped the basic application technology of the cannons. Although their proficiency was still a little lacking, their movements were quite professional. It was reassuring to look at. Knight Wilson pointed at the cannons and said with a smile, according to Bartholomew's reply, "They'll be ready in half an hour at most." He even promised me that 3 volleys at most would be enough to blow up the first outer gate. Old George was a little surprised by Bartholomew's confidence. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He asked in a playful tone, "He's so confident in these alchemy weapons?" "Yes, very confident. He even made a bet with me. If it doesn't blow up after 3 volleys, he'll lose 500 gold coins to me. If it does, I'll lose 500 gold coins to him." After saying that, Knight Wilson's eyes revealed a cunning look that did not match his honest appearance. It was obvious that he did this on purpose. He was testing the power of the cannons so as to give a reference to the monarch he was loyal to. Old George nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Then I'll wait and see what kind of weapon my dear André has created that dares to ignore such strong fortifications." Chapter 833. Those who had never seen cannons firing in unison would never be able to imagine how terrifying it was. Accompanied by a deafening boom, the entire earth trembled. The kinetic energy released by the gunpowder propelled the heavy metal ball into the air. Everything that stood in its way would be destroyed mercilessly, even the sturdy city walls were no exception. Although before the invention of cannons, ballistas and catapults could achieve similar effects, the power of machinery was ultimately limited. Unlike cannons, which could be continuously improved and eventually upgraded to become the god of war. Feeling the sultry sea breeze blowing on his face, Bartholomew had a very strange feeling. He knew that tonight, he would personally rewrite the history of the Oreir War. From now on, the sturdy city walls and fortresses would no longer be impenetrable moat. He only needed to set up cannons from afar and fire a few times in unison. Just as he was lost in thought, Lady Anastasia came to his side. She gently stroked the cold body of the cannon and asked softly, "I heard that you made a bet with Knight Wilson?" "Haha, that's right. He purposely tried to provoke me and test my confidence in this weapon. I guess it was Count George Mantel's private instruction." Bartholomew replied with a smile, not caring at all. Obviously, he had seen through the other party's intentions from the beginning. However, he did not expose him. Instead, he took the initiative to cooperate. After all, for an ordinary night, taking out 500 gold coins for a bet was already the limit. If he lost, Wilson would be heartbroken for a while. Staring into the old captain's deep and bright eyes, Lady Anastasia suddenly revealed a sly smile. She lowered her voice and teased, "It seems that you are very confident in these metal lumps. Can you tell me if they can sink the largest warship in an instant like the legends say?" "Of course, my lady. Didn't Miss Chloe describe the scene of naval battles to you many times? I can swear on my reputation that she did not mix in any exaggeration this time. If you are still curious, you can stay here and see for yourself. Just be careful and keep a safe distance. Try to block your ears, or you will be temporarily deafened by the loud roar." With that said, Bartholomew stretched out his arm and motioned for the Countess to take her hand away from the cannon and take a few steps back. He didn't want to accidentally hurt his own people when he fired. But before Anastasia could react, a strange noise suddenly came from the castle in the distance. Then, countless black dots were shot into the air, and then became bigger and bigger under the acceleration of gravity. They fell straight in the direction of the Alliance army. Damn it. They were stones shot out by catapults and ballistas. Spread out. One of the knights with the fastest reaction quickly ran back, while shouting a warning at the top of his voice. It should be known that even with the physique of a knight that was far superior to that of an ordinary person, he could not withstand the heavy impact of a huge rock. Once he was hit, he would definitely become a bloody meat patty. In just a few seconds, countless rocks finally fell from the sky and smashed down. A dozen or so unlucky people who didn't have time to run away were directly smashed into the ground with a bang. They didn't even have time to scream. It had to be said that catapults and ballistas were perhaps the most merciful weapons in the era of cold weapons. Because the kinetic energy was too great, the victims often died completely before they could feel much pain. Even if their deaths were a little tragic, there was no doubt that the pirates took the initiative to attack while the enemy was still standing. With the advantage of height, their catapults and ballistas had a longer range. Although the hit rate was a little unsatisfactory, it still caused a great blow to the morale. Old George, who was almost hit by a stone, shouted in exasperation, "Bastards! How dare they? Counterattack! Let those metal lumps hit them back hard! Immediately! Immediately! Counterattack! The Count ordered a counterattack! Let's show these reckless pirates what we're made of!" Due to the chaos, the orders could only be transmitted one after another. Within a few minutes, it reached the ears of the old captain. Without any hesitation, he roared at the cannoneers under his command, "Little bastards! Did you hear the order? Fire! I bet 500 gold coins that you can blow up the outer wall in 3 rounds. Remember, if anyone dares to embarrass me, I'll make them wash the toilet for a week. If you can do it, I'll use the 500 gold coins I won to buy you wine. Just wait and see. Ha 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 ha. What are you waiting for? Move. Let the pirates see the power of these treasures. I hope they won't be scared to the point of peeing their pants." The vulgar gunners made nasty jokes as they lit the fuses. Then, they all plugged their ears and looked into the distance with excitement. For some reason, the side of human nature that craved destruction was vividly displayed on them. Whenever they saw something being torn to pieces under the ravages of the cannonballs, they would have an indescribable pleasure. The fuses were not long and burned out in the blink of an eye. Then, red sparks spurted out from the tiny holes, making a terrible sound. Boom, 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 boom. A total of more than 20 bronze cannons finally began to show their power. The terrible kinetic energy generated by the burning of the gunpowder was transmitted to the ground from the supporting structure. Everyone standing around could clearly feel the ground shaking, and some could not stand steadily. In particular, the soldiers who saw the cannonballs for the first time were obviously frightened. They lay on the ground with their eyes wide open, trying to follow the trajectory of the cannonballs. But unfortunately, their movements were a little too slow and could not catch up with the cannonballs that exceeded the speed of sound. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the cannonballs flew a distance of 1 kilometer and landed near the outer wall near the city gate, causing terrible casualties in an instant. 2 of the cannonballs landed in the same place, directly destroying the upper half of the supporting structure of a small section of the city wall and causing it to collapse with a crash. As for the pirates, needless to say, more than 30 of them were killed on the spot, and more than 50 were injured by the cannonballs that bounced up. The lightest injury was a broken leg or an arm. It was a heavy loss. A distance of 1 kilometer was not far. Everyone could clearly see the tragic situation near the gate and showed a shocked and incredulous expression. Although the loud roar made her ears ring, Countess Anasta still covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Gods above! This This is the alchemy weapon made by André himself? It's terrible. It's simply, completely indescribable with words. Chapter 834. This was the first time cannons appeared on the battlefield in the era of cold weapons. How much of a deterrent was it to the soldiers? Just look at Earth's history and you'll know. Whether it was the loud sound of burning or the unstoppable impact, they were all nightmares for the enemy. It was not surprising that it caused the morale of the enemy to collapse instantly. It was just like the first time weapons like catapults and ballistas were used in war. It would cause great damage to the minds of ordinary soldiers, and a large number of them would even go completely crazy. Fear came from the unknown, so anything that had never appeared before could cause widespread panic and chaos. Fortunately, the Oleo continent was a world with countless supernatural powers. Be it magic or divine arts, they were not inferior to cannons in the slightest. The nerves of humans were also relatively thick. Otherwise, the pirates in the castle would have already rushed out and surrendered. After a round of firing, Bartholomew immediately ordered his subordinates to pour cold water on the cannons to cool them down. At the same time, they used tools to clean up the gunpowder residue in the barrels and put in new gunpowder and bullet. Then, they calculated and adjusted the design angle, because the original bronze cannons were not fixed like the later field cannons. They had excellent support structures and perfect mechanical design. Most of the reaction force could be neutralized the moment they fired, so every time they fired, the cannon would move more or less. They had to be recalibrated before they could fire a second time. A person who had been trained by André personally raised his right thumb and used his eyes to measure the distance between each cannon. After 5 minutes, the 20-odd cannons were all calibrated. With Bartholomew's order, another round of firing began. Boom, 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 boom. The pirates within the castle, who had fallen into chaos, would never have dreamed that the second wave of attacks would come so quickly and so fiercely. It must be known that their catapults and ballistas were still in the process of being reloaded. It would take at least 10 minutes before they could fire again. To some extent, this was one of the signs that cannons were more advanced than mechanical weapons. It was easier to operate, faster to fire, more accurate to hit, and easier to maintain. After all, when artillery was first invented, whether it was its range, destructive power, or its terrifying weight, it did not have the slightest advantage over catapults and ballistae. However, with the advancement of technology, in less than 200 years, artillery completely replaced mechanical throwing weapons and became a great killing machine that dominated the battlefield. Furthermore, the bronze cannons that André had personally created, although they were ancient smoothbore guns and did not have a bore, their material, shape, and length had all reached the optimal ratio. Coupled with the perfect granular gunpowder, the range and destructive power of these cannons were miles ahead of the mechanical throwing weapons. The high-speed cannonballs caused sonic booms in the air as they whizzed down from the sky. Once again, they densely hit the outer walls and gates of the castle. After a huge explosion and dust cloud, the originally bumpy iron hardwood door collapsed with a loud bang. Even the iron gate outside was torn open by the artillery shell, a hole big enough for 3 people to pass through side by side. Dumbfounded. Unbelievable. The pirates were scared silly by the scene before them. They did not dare to believe that the sturdy fortress that they were so proud of had its outer shell pried open in less than half an hour after the start of the battle. Although there were still 3 walls behind, as well as a narrow passage in the fortress, none of the pirates believed that they could still hold on. It must be known that no matter what kind of fortress it was, there was bound to be a gate. Since it was a gate, it was bound to be opened and closed frequently. With the level of technology in this world, the junction between the gate and the wall would definitely not be able to withstand a direct attack from artillery. It would be useless even if they blocked it with rock. A deep sense of fear silently spread among the pirates. Despair had corroded their minds. Perhaps it would not be long before they showed signs of collapse. On the contrary, when the Allied forces saw the destroyed gate, they unanimously let out deafening cheers. The soldiers who were a little disheartened earlier were now completely unaffected by the falling rocks. They shouted that they wanted to rush in and completely occupy this fortress with hundreds of years of history. They all knew very well that this was the nest of the pirates. There must be an astonishing amount of wealth hidden inside. Even if most of it had to be handed over to the nobles, as long as they kept a little in private, they could make a fortune. In Oriar, there was no army that would not loot a large amount of wealth. Even the sacred warriors, who symbolized kindness and order, would naturally take the wealth of the defeated enemy as their own. Seeing the high morale of the soldiers around him, George Mantle's eyes flashed with a bright light. He immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Soldiers, knights, the gate that was blocking your way has been torn apart. The wealth that the pirates have accumulated for hundreds of years is right in front of you. What are you waiting for? I order you now to capture this castle as fast as you can. No matter how much treasure you get, you can keep 1/3 of it." "What? Is this true?" A young man wearing chain mail and holding a long spear asked with his eyes wide open. He could not believe that such a good thing would happen to him one day. For a soldier, that meager salary could at most keep them fed and warm. If they wanted to get rich, they would have to rely on looting. However, a good thing like looting was not something that every soldier could encounter. Now that they had the chance to loot rich pirates, no one would be able to remain calm. Not to mention the soldiers, even the knights had their blood pumping faster in their eyes. Their eyes emitted a frightening light. "Ha ha ha ha. Of course it's true. I swear on the honor of the Mantle family. All the wealth in the castle will be divided into 3 portions. 1 portion will go to Mage André, 1 portion will go to all the nobles present, and the last portion will go to you. But there is one thing. You must first kill all the pirates inside." Old George did not hesitate at all as he gave his promise with a big laugh. He was very clear that compared to the value of the castle itself and Valen City's unique geographical location, giving up a portion of the wealth was nothing. As long as André's plan could be carried out smoothly, it would not take long for this place to become the largest trading port in the south. Just the taxes alone would make all the participating families rich. Long live Charge! Kill all the pirates! Having received the promise, the soldiers instantly let out a deafening roar and swarmed towards the fortress. They were afraid that they would be disqualified from sharing the spoils of war if they were even the slightest bit slower. Even the arrows that flew down from the high tower could not make them take a single step back. Chapter 835. Seeing the crazy guys dashing past them one after another, the crew of the Eye of Arcane began to get a little restless. Under the instigation of countless people, Uruzi, the mercenary leader, stepped forward with a wry smile and asked, "Captain Bartholomew, do you think we should follow suit? After all, that's the pirates' lair. There must be a lot of good stuff hidden there." "Follow up? No, don't even think about it." The old captain immediately shook his head in denial. "Our mission has been completed. The next step is to protect these cannons and ammunition and prevent anyone from taking them. Haven't you noticed? The eyes of those nobles are now like beggars who have been starving for days, staring at a sumptuous meal. I bet that if they don't have enough manpower, they will definitely try to get a sample back for research. That's right. The most important thing now is to protect these powerful weapons. We can't let them fall into the hands of outsiders." Countess Anastasia hurriedly stepped forward and echoed. At this moment, her eyes were shining with a fiery light. She couldn't wait to take all the cannons for herself, no different from the other nobles. After all, when the cannons were fired just now, everyone clearly saw that these weapons were not much weaker than a level 3 arcane spell. They didn't need a mage at all, and could be operated by just a few crude sailors. Once they were popularized, they could definitely overturn the current mode of warfare. Especially when equipped on warships, Monopolizing the trade of the entire southern seas would no longer be a simple fantasy. Euros wasn't an idiot. He understood the importance of these secret cannons, so he shrugged his shoulders without minding. All right, I'll go and appease the crew. They are rich enough now anyway. As a member of the Eye of Mystical, even the lowest level of handyman was now worth a lot of money. Just the profits from robbing were enough for them to lie in bed for the rest of their lives. There was no need for them to take risks at all. As it turned out, nobles were particularly sensitive to things that were closely related to their own interests. As soon as Euros left, old George came to him with several nobles. He skipped the meaningless greetings and small talk and went straight to the point. Countess, Captain Bartholomew, I think we have to talk about these weapons immediately. After all, we can be considered as investors. We helped Andre raise the materials necessary to forge them, right? Investment? If I remember correctly, that's not what you said at the beginning. These materials are in exchange for cooperation. I don't think there's anything to talk about. Countess Anastasia retorted righteously. Although the other party was a close ally, she had no intention of backing down. In the face of huge benefits, even the most courteous nobles would tear off their disguise and reveal their most sinister and vicious side. The old captain stroked his thick beard and warned sternly, I'm sorry, Count, but I don't have the right to discuss these weapons with you. If you want to get more information or make a deal, please go directly to Mr. Andre. He is the inventor and owner of these weapons. In addition, I have to remind you that it's best not to try to use any underhanded methods. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that Master won't overreact. Overreaction? Could it be that he dared to use violence? We sent reinforcements when you needed it the most. Is this how you treat your friends? If that's the case, then it's too disappointing. A pale-faced man who looked to be in his 40s yelled, trying to attract the attention of the people around him and achieve his goal of forcing them to repay his kindness. That's right. We don't expect to obtain the manufacturing technology of these weapons. We only hope to have the qualifications to buy them. Can't we do that? Another noble stood up and made a request. As more and more nobles joined the ranks of condemnation and coercion, Countess Anastasia and Bartholomew gradually began to feel that they were alone. The words became more and more intense, as if a fight could break out at any time. Eunice licked her seductive red lips and asked Nina, who was standing silently behind her, Hey, pointy ears, what do you think if I rush in now and kill all these annoying flies? The elven druid stroked her long silver hair and replied softly, I advise you not to act rashly and don't cause trouble for Master unless you want to taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Half-demon, you'd better listen to her. Many times, violence can't solve all problems, especially when you're not strong enough. The winter wolf Michelle opened her mouth and revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs. It seemed to be mocking and threatening at the same time. As an adult magical creature, she was dangerous and cunning, not at all inferior to the demonkin warriors. In addition, Nina was by her side, so she didn't take Eunice seriously at all. After all, the relationship between druids and their animal companions was not like that between mages, warlocks, and magical pets, where one side completely dominated the other. Their status was relatively equal. If the animal was unwilling to do something, the druid couldn't force it. Otherwise, they might lose their closest comrades and companions. Looking at the winter wolf's half-smiling face, Eunice snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. She wasn't a fool. She knew that she couldn't deal with a winter wolf that could spit out cold air and a druid who had mastered nature-divine arts at the same time. Thus, she could only swallow her anger and wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future. The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward, and Chloe hurriedly smoothed things over. All right, you don't have to be nervous over such a small matter. According to my experience, they're just arguing verbally at most, and won't fight at all. Otherwise, Count George Mantell wouldn't have let the knights lead the soldiers to occupy the castle. In fact, similar disputes often occur between nobles for benefits, but rarely do they fight over it. Just as the girl was trying to explain the complicated relationship between nobles to her two friends, alright, actually this friend should be put in quotation marks. Apart from herself, the other two didn't think so. A dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the air, and two figures walked out of it. One of them was Andrei himself, and the other was, needless to say, Chairman Boris. The moment they appeared, the nobles who were still arguing immediately shut up, and a trace of fear and apprehension appeared in their eyes. Andrei looked at everyone present playfully, and said with a light smile, "Dear friends and allies, you've really disappointed me. Just a few cannons and you're already acting so unbearably. How can I trust you in the future? Rely on you?" Chapter 836. Why are you all so quiet? Weren't you all clamoring to have a good talk about the cannons? Now that I'm here, feel free to make your requests. Maybe I'm in a better mood today and agree to them directly? Andrei didn't let the nobles off just because they were silent. Instead, he began to use an aggressive tone to mock them. He knew very well that if he wanted to make full use of the power of these conservative nobles, he must first let them know where their bottom line was, what they could reach for, and what they couldn't even think about. Otherwise, they would have to pay a painful price for it. After all, no law or rule could be guaranteed with just a few words. Cold and even cruel means must be used to make everyone understand how serious the consequences of breaking the rules were. In this way, the instinct to avoid danger would always remind people not to break the rules. One must know that greed was one of the natural instincts of human beings. At the same time, it was also the ladder for the progress and development of the entire civilization. It was like a raging fire, constantly devouring everything around it, including rationality. For a very long time, the scholars on Earth believed that the majority of the time, the human race's rationality overwhelmed their instincts. However, after systematic observation and analysis, they found that the reality was the exact opposite. Usually, it was not rationality that had the upper hand, but instinct. It was the desire that was rooted in the genes. Appetite, sexual desire, desire for power, desire for enjoyment, desire for survival, desire for lust, desire for knowledge, desire for fame, desire for collection, desire for destruction. It was these many desires that made humans subconsciously make the wrong choice in their daily lives. After the desire passed, they were surprised to find out why they were so stupid at that time. They were secretly annoyed. However, when the desire surged from the bottom of their hearts again, they would still make the same wrong choice again and again. Perhaps it sounded a little unbelievable, but this was the deep-rooted bad habit of human beings. Only a very small number of strong-willed people could restrain themselves and completely reject the temptation of desire physically and psychologically. As a transmigrator who understood human nature, Andrei never expected these nobles to restrain their greed. He only needed to let them know how high the cost of breaking the rules was. If they were to encounter similar situations in the future, their instincts would tell them what to do. Looking at Andrei's slightly immature face that already showed the majesty of a superior, old George felt tremendous pressure. If he could, he really wanted to shut his mouth now and let this matter pass. But unfortunately, as the leader of the conservative nobles, he could not remain silent. He could only explain with a bitter smile, "Calm down, please calm down, my friend. There's no need for you to be so angry. We can all sit down and talk about the conditions. I believe that with the strength of everyone present, we will definitely be able to take out something that you're interested in." Calm down? Don't worry, I'm very calm. Otherwise, I would have already used enchantment spells to invade your brains and turn you all into slaves and puppets. Remember, don't always be greedy. My patience is limited. When the last bit is exhausted, I don't mind using the most direct and effective means to achieve my goal. Do you understand? Andrei showed an unprecedentedly tough attitude and unceremoniously issued a warning. It could even be said to be an ultimatum. It was not that there was no other way to deal with the greed of the nobles, but that he simply did not have enough time to slowly ease the conflict. With the pirate King Francis' fleet about to return, the entire Sardinia Islands would soon change owners. At that time, the tone of the alliance had not been set yet. Once the news leaked out, this place would become the target of public criticism, not to mention that Loreto was still watching from the side. Although intensifying the conflict was likely to lead to countless problems, it was also a way to solve the problem at the same time. Surprise, astonishment, fear, anger. Hearing the words about using spells to control the brain, the nobles instantly panicked and revealed extremely complicated expressions. At this moment, they suddenly realized that they were facing a mage with powerful supernatural powers, not a simple young man. Old George did not expect that such a simple and crude threat would come from André's mouth. He could not believe that the other party would turn hostile so quickly, leaving no room for compromise. In his impression, André had always been a smart, rational, and polite young man who would never do anything out of line. That was why he dared to bring people to ask for the right to use the new weapon. But now it seemed that his previous judgment was definitely a huge mistake. The strong, cold, and aggressive André in front of him was the real him. With just 2 sentences, the scene instantly quieted down. Even the crew not far away could feel the extremely oppressive atmosphere around them. They cast curious gazes, wanting to know what the high and mighty big shots were talking about. As a member of the nobles, Lady Anastasia obviously did not want to make things too awkward. She quietly reached out and pulled André's arm, hinting at him to say something to ease the tension. After all, it was a little too much to threaten to use arcane spells to control the mind. Not to mention the arrogant nobles, even ordinary people would be enraged if they heard it. Glancing at the fearful eyes of the nobles, André secretly nodded in satisfaction and said again, "All right, let's end the issue of greed here. Since you're so interested in the cannon, let's talk. To be honest, I don't mind selling this weapon to my allies, but I'm annoyed by your methods." "What? You're willing to sell it?" Old George, who had already given up on getting the cannon, immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed. Not only him, but the other nobles also showed a strong desire on their faces. Of course. Why not? André pretended to be indifferent and shrugged his shoulders. Coming from the era of information explosion, he knew better than anyone what kind of business was the most profitable. There was no other reason other than the military fire. The other was a monopoly. Obviously, selling firearms in Oraire was an arms business, but it was also a monopoly business. As long as the formula of black gunpowder was protected, no one would be able to crack it within 100 years. Think about it, if the nobles bought the cannon, would they need to buy the matching gunpowder and shells? Would they need to buy a new type of sailboat to maximize the power of the cannon? Chapter 837. Once André controlled the source, which was the black gunpowder, everyone who bought the cannons would inevitably become his most staunch allies and loyal supporters. Otherwise, once the gunpowder was cut off, all the cannons would become scrap metal, and their combat effectiveness would instantly fall to the bottom. In the 21st century on Earth, the only superpower did this. André applied what he had learned and skillfully used the bond of interests in an attempt to firmly bind the conservative nobles in Lincoln City to his chariot. The other party had no idea that this was a conspiracy from the beginning. The cannons were just bait, and they were secretly happy that they could obtain a powerful weapon of war. After all, most of the time, human thought and cognition were in a perceptual state. The value of an item was usually not measured by its value, but by how easy it was to obtain it. For example, if it was too easy to obtain, people would often not treasure it too much. On the other hand, if it was something that was obtained through untold hardships, they would treasure it even more. Even if the former was a priceless gem, and the latter was an ordinary pebble. Now, seeing that all the nobles' appetites were hooked, Andrei's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. At the same time, he thought, perhaps this is the limitation of the era. No matter how smart the other party is, they can't see what might happen in the future. Because they have never experienced it, they don't know the feeling of being choked by others. After waiting for a few years, I don't know whether these people will regret the choice they made today or secretly rejoice. Old George didn't realize that he had become the prey that fell into the trap. He secretly exchanged glances with several nobles and immediately said, "Please state your conditions. I promise that as long as it's within an acceptable range, we won't bargain." Hearing the hidden impatience in the other party's tone, Andrei gently shook his head and unhurriedly stretched out a finger. "Don't worry, my friend. Before we talk about the conditions, first of all, I have to make one thing clear. That is, the cannons will only be sold to allies. I believe you should understand what allies mean, right? In addition, anyone who tries to crack the mystery of this weapon in private will be regarded as a traitor. I will carry out ruthless and even cruel revenge." Although the gunpowder formula wouldn't be cracked for a long time, he still felt that it was necessary to add a layer of insurance. One had to know that the world did not lack geniuses and coincidences. It would be best if they could cut off all possibilities from the root. Even if they could not, they had to make the people who were secretly researching have some scruples and not dare to invest too much. As a transmigrator, Andrei was very clear that the development of natural science and technology could not be separated from two things: the popularization of education and the investment of large amounts of money. Keeping an eye on these 2 points would greatly reduce the possibility of firearms being cracked. "No problem. We can swear to the goddess of aristocracy that we believe in." Old George agreed without hesitation. He wasn't surprised by Andrei's additional request. If he had such a powerful weapon, he wouldn't share it with anyone even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, this condition was very reasonable and could not be considered harsh at all. As everyone knew, the goddess of aristocracy, Ophelia, was a neutral god. She mainly preached the divine right granted by heaven. Her holy emblem was a goblet with a golden sun painted on it. Her clergy mainly consisted of aristocrats, orthodox, and human royalty. More than 50% of the aristocrats and leaders were her loyal followers. Generally speaking, if the aristocrats swore in her name, the possibility of betrayal was very low, at least before the death of a generation. After getting the answer he wanted, Andrei's face instantly showed a satisfied smile. "In that case, let's get straight to the point. In fact, it's not difficult to obtain the right to buy cannons. You just need to join the trade alliance I mentioned before, abide by the various systems within the alliance, and protect the common interests of everyone. Of course, in order to show my sincerity, I'm even willing to provide the latest ships for the important members of the alliance. I believe that along the way, you have already seen the speed, load capacity, wind and wave resistance of the Eye of Arcane. You should understand what its existence means. Think about it, once the entire alliance is equipped with such ships, will there be any forces in the southern seas that can compete with us? Coupled with the unparalleled advantage of cannons in naval battles, all port cities will tremble under the deterrence of the alliance. Now, it's time to make a choice. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll try my best to answer them. If not, please give me a definite answer. Remember, once you join, there's no room for withdrawal. I need all of you to invest all of your family's power in the Sardinia Islands and establish a strong regime in a short period of time." As the last word fell, the surroundings instantly became silent. Everyone was frowning, quickly digesting the information revealed in the words, considering the gains and losses. Even Countess Anastasia was no exception. As the saying goes, hit with a stick and give with a carrot. An alliance established by threats and violence alone would never last long. Sufficient benefits must be given to the allies. In Andrei's opinion, the Galen ship model, which was an era ahead of the Orier, could completely satisfy the appetite of these aristocrats in front of him. It didn't matter even if it was cracked in the future. In any case, he still had more advanced ship design concepts in his mind. He could even use the power of magic to build an invincible ironclad battleship at sea regardless of the cost. After a short minute, old George, who was the leader, was the first to ask, "I roughly understand what you mean, but please explain what the system of the Alliance is? How will it work? How will the benefits be distributed?" The key is that a large investment in the Sardinia Islands will not be able to hide it from the other forces in Lincoln City. What if the four dukes find out? Faced with old George's series of sharp questions, André was already prepared. He calmly replied, "First of all, the system of the Alliance is naturally discussed by every member of the Alliance, and then decided by voting. As long as more than 2/3 of the members agree, it can be officially implemented. Secondly, the system of operation will be unified. All accounts must be checked in Vallon City, and the final distribution will be based on the shares held by each family." Shares? What's that? A man in his 40s with an exquisite goatee asked with a face full of confusion. Aurère's business environment was relatively backward, and they strongly advocated monopolies, so there were very few precedents of joint ventures. Many merchant alliances used the guise of the alliance to monopolize the prices of raw materials upstream, or the retail prices downstream. In essence, the merchants still operated their own businesses, and all they had to do was pay a yearly operating fee. Thus, it was normal for the aristocrats not to understand this concept. Chapter 838. In order to let these people, whose heads were filled with nobles' privileges and traditional feudal concepts, understand the benefits of a shareholding system, André could only sigh helplessly and patiently explain. Share rights, simply put, is the ownership of the alliance. Let's use a simple example. In a traditional feudal kingdom, the king controls the largest territory, while the other nobles control the rest. Whenever there's a major problem or war, the king will convene a noble assembly to decide how to deal with it. Sometimes the king will suppress the nobles, and sometimes the nobles will force the king to compromise. Our trade alliance is like a kingdom, where shares are equivalent to territory, and those who hold shares are equivalent to lords. As the founder, it is only natural that I obtain the most shares and have the most say in the entire alliance. However, it will never exceed 50%, which is less than half. The remaining half will be shared by all of you. This means that if I go against the interests of the alliance one day, all of you have the power to unite and oust me from my position. The greatest benefit of this system is that it can gather all resources and channels, and maximize their exploitation and utilization. It can continuously generate huge amounts of wealth, and at the same time, increase the ability to resist risks and strike at competitors. How about it? Can you understand this description? Apart from that, every family that holds shares will own a portion of the alliance. It can be divided, valued, transferred and sold like a commodity, and can also be designated as an heir. In principle, as long as it's not sold to enemies or potential enemies, the alliance will not interfere. Think about it. We have the most advanced weapons, the most advanced ships. It was the most advantageous geographical location, even the best opportunity. The Lincoln City Navy that dominated the South is now history, and the ambitious pirates are about to fall at our feet. Even Bokaro City has suffered heavy losses due to the bitter trade war. There will be a vacuum of power on the sea for a long time, and it's the perfect time to rise. Believe me, as long as we work together for a period of time, I guarantee that all of you will obtain unimaginable wealth, fame and power. You can even easily destroy a region's economy with a single order. As for the attitude of the four dukes, you don't have to worry at all, because in a few days, the pirate fleet will loot and seal off the port of Lincoln City. They will soon be racked by the terrible economic situation and won't have time to care about anything else. As Andre's seductive voice reverberated in the air, the nobles soon couldn't help but turn their eyes to old George, hoping that the leader would make a decision. After all, as members of the conservative faction, they had been united through marriage for generations and had long since become an inseparable whole. It could be said that they were bound together for good or ill. After pondering for a moment, old George solemnly said under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, "I basically agree to join this alliance, but I still have some questions about the distribution of shares. How do you determine how much each family should get?" He didn't dare to be careless when it came to matters that involved his personal interests. He had to figure it out. It's very simple. It depends on how much money, resources, and manpower are invested. After we've completely exterminated the pirates, I'll start the construction of this archipelago. At that time, whoever invests the most will get the biggest share, and whoever invests the least will get the least. Everyone will supervise together. Isn't that fair? As he said that, a meaningful smile appeared on Andre's face. He finally revealed his trump card at this moment, revealing the true goal hidden in the bottom of his heart. How could he quickly build the Sardinia Islands into a secret base with immense power? It would take at least a few years, or even decades, if he were to rely on himself. But now, Andre had only thrown out a bait, instantly making the conservative nobles who occupied a third of Lincoln City's power work for him. They would send in a steady stream of funds and talents, and Vallon City would have a completely new look in at most half a year, becoming an influential power. Of course, the consequence of doing so would be that Lincoln City would slowly be emptied out and eventually decline, with no possibility of rising again. From a certain point of view, the new alliance was like a small monster, lying on the main artery of Lincoln City, thirsting for fresh blood and slowly strengthening itself. One day, it would grow into a giant beast that would strike fear in the hearts of others. It is indeed very fair. I represent the Mantell family and officially announce that we have joined this alliance. Old George was the first to express his stance after some thought. I'll join as well. Me too. Count me in. Some scholars had said that all creatures that moved in groups had a severe herd mentality. When they were hesitant in the face of unfamiliar things, it was often dependent on the attitude of the leader. Since old George, as the leader of the conservative faction, felt that there was no problem, the remaining nobles finally relaxed and expressed their stances one after another. Very good. I express my most sincere welcome to all of you joining. I now declare that we are the closest of allies. Saying that, Andre placed one hand on his chest and bowed very elegantly. He had never lacked manners when dealing with generous investors. Old George returned the bow expressionlessly. Thank you for your welcome. Since we are already allies, when can you start selling the cannons? Andre smiled slightly and replied, as long as the materials are sufficient, I can sell them at any time. But before you buy these weapons, I think it is necessary to give you a detailed introduction. At this point, he waved at Bartholomew, who had been standing at the side without saying a word. Give me the handgun and ammunition you carry with you. The old captain did not say another word and directly pulled out the handgun hanging from his waist, as well as a leather pouch full of gunpowder and bullets, and handed them over with both hands. Andre cleared the barrel slightly and grabbed a small handful of gunpowder with unusual proficiency, stuffing it into the barrel. Then, he used a tool to compress the bullets, aimed at a rock not far away, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere, and large amounts of white smoke filled the air. The rock that had been hit had already shattered into pieces. A very young-looking man hurriedly ran over and found the deformed lead bullet in the shattered rock. He exclaimed loudly, This is a miniaturized cannon? That's not wrong, but I prefer to call it a flintlock. In principle, there isn't much difference between the two." With that, Andre handed the handgun and ammunition pouch to old George, indicating that he could try operating it himself. Chapter 839. Most humans were very curious about new things, and even old George, who had always been calm, was no exception. He imitated André's actions. First, he cleaned up the gunpowder residue in the barrel. Then, he grabbed a small handful of black particles, put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. He muttered to himself, "It's a little pungent. It seems like there's sulfur in it. These black things seem to be charcoal." Another nobleman, who was older, added, "It had to be said that these knowledgeable old fellows were not just for show." They instantly guessed 2 of the ingredients in the gunpowder formula, and stared at André with probing eyes, as if to confirm his reaction. Unfortunately, the smile on André's face did not change from beginning to end. He only nodded playfully. "You guessed right. There are sulfur, charcoal, and some other things inside. Rest assured, I guarantee that without the correct formula, even if you try for 100 years, you won't be able to crack the mystery of these 2 materials." "You're so confident?" "If I remember correctly, there are many arcane spells that can analyze the composition of materials, right?" Old George was not willing to give up, squinting his eyes as he continued to probe. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes, there are indeed many arcane spells that can analyze the composition of materials, but they have very high requirements for the spellcaster's level. At most, they can only analyze the type of material, but not the proportion of each material. Think about it, if dozens of materials are mixed together, the person who cracked it would have to repeat thousands of experiments. Not to mention the huge roar that would be caused by each experiment. Just buying a large amount of sulfur would be impossible to hide from anyone. So, before the other party can really research the results, I can find out in advance, and then strangle it in the cradle." After saying that, André raised his right hand and made a clenching action. Scorching flames instantly spewed out from his palm. He did not hide his determination to maintain the monopoly of gunpowder. If necessary, he could transform into the Flaming Duke at any time and bestow destruction and death on his enemies. As a matter of fact, black gunpowder was not very attractive to the powerful people who stood at the top of the pyramid. Regardless of whether it was a high-level warrior who had tempered his body to the extreme or a spellcaster who had mastered a disaster-level magic ritual, none of them would care about the power of a black gunpowder explosion. The former could even use their skin to resist bullets, and their monstrous strength could forcefully change the trajectory of artillery shells. The latter was even more so. The power of a level 3 fireball was no less than that of a grenade or mortar. The level 5 stone-to-mud spell could instantly turn the sturdiest castle into a pile of useless sand. This could be seen from the attitude of the legendary Lich. After personally experiencing the power of the enchanted revolver, he had no intention of prying into its secrets. The reason was very simple. In his eyes, this kind of pure physical impact damage was completely unable to threaten a powerhouse of his level, even if magical energy was added to the warhead. The ones who truly pried into the power of the black gunpowder were precisely the nobles and merchants who lacked supernatural powers. André did not need to care about them at all. He could just attack them directly. "All right, since you can guarantee its uniqueness, I'm relieved." Old George nodded as he stuffed the pellets into the barrel of the revolver. He aimed at a rock and pulled the trigger. Bam! With a loud bang, he only felt a strong recoil from the short gun in his hand. His body leaned back uncontrollably, and he staggered a few steps back. He smiled bitterly and sighed. "What great power! I'm afraid it won't be a problem to pierce through leather armor and chain mail within 10 meters. You've really invented something incredible." André calmly spread out his hands and asked, "I have a long gun with more power and a longer range. Do you want to try it?" "No, there's no need. I think I already have a good understanding of these weapons. Now, please name your price. How much does a cannon cost? How much does a spear cost? How much does a handgun cost? Most importantly, how much is a ton of these small black pellets? Can you ensure that they are constantly in stock?" Old George returned the shotgun to Bartholomew and directly began to ask the question he was most concerned about. He was not a fool. He could see at a glance that gunpowder was the most important component in these new weapons systems. If there was no way to guarantee the supply of gunpowder, then everything would be impossible. You've asked a sharp question, my dear friend. Indeed, with my current channels, I can't satisfy too much of a supply. After all, as you can see, whether it's making cannons or guns, they all require a lot of copper. Gunpowder requires an endless supply of sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal, white phosphorus, and alcohol. In order to increase the difficulty of cracking the black gunpowder, André deliberately added some things he did not want to dry. In any case, white phosphorus and alcohol were things that could burn violently. Even if they were added, no one would notice anything. Moreover, white phosphorus could be used to make powerful incendiary bombs, while alcohol could be used to disinfect, make adhesives, and so on. They would not be wasted at all. As soon as he heard that he could not supply a large amount of gunpowder, Old George immediately frowned. But just as he was about to say something, André immediately added with a smile, "Dear Count, don't be too impatient. I have a way here that can greatly increase the production. I wonder if you're interested in hearing it?" "What proposal?" Old George raised his neck and asked doubtfully. "It's very simple. That is, you will provide the raw materials, and I will be responsible for the processing. The processing fee will be charged according to the amount of production. The processing fee for a cannon is 3,000 gold coins, a long gun is 200 gold coins, and a short gun is 260 gold coins. Don't think it strange. The craftsmanship of a short gun is more complicated than a long gun. As for the gunpowder, let's set it at 30,000 gold coins per ton. What do you think?" André calmly offered an absolutely black-hearted price. It should be known that with sufficient materials and the casting skills he had mastered, the price of a cannon was at most less than 100 gold coins, and the long and short guns were less than 5 gold coins. Apart from a small amount of labor, there was basically no cost to the gunpowder. What's more, he had obtained a large amount of white phosphorus and alcohol for free. It was simply insane to the extreme. Of course, this price was not casually thought of on a whim. It was strictly calculated from the financial resources of the nobles present. André needed to control the number of firearms owned by his allies. It could not be too many nor too few. A ship should be equipped with about 4 to 10 cannons and 40 long guns. In this way, the opponent's skills would gain enough advantage in a naval battle, and it would not really threaten his position.